situation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is, there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you not. Like the way that things interact, like if we're just talking about marijuana or alcohol, whatever that is, you have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this small being. Right. And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and to utilize. And, you see what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, yeah, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to give him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like, none of these things are right. The fact that everything goes together is how you.
It's pretty wild. And every time we step in and fuck with it, it goes haywire.
Right.
Every time human beings do it.
Predictably haywire. Right. But that's part of the benefits of free will. Is you really can jump into a volcano.
Yeah.
You really can.
I mean, think about what we've done to wild. What the craziest thing in this country, especially right here, is pigs. Wild pigs are everywhere, and there's so many of them. I went to a friend of mine's farm, or well, it's like a ranch, to hunt wild pigs, and you just hear them like Lord of the Rings characters. And there's 150 of them, 250 of them near you, 250 of them, thousands on the ranch. They're all over the place, and they have 3 litters a year, and they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
They are delicious.
Oh, well then here we go. Then we don't really have a problem.
Right. No, we need to eat pigs, bro.
No, we need to be sending this off somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone who does.
Definitely we should. That would be an easy way to solve a lot of hunger problems.
And we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources. These chickens are cracking us to death. They're everywhere. I can't even sleep. But they're delicious, right?
Yeah. You have more chicken. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance problem, for sure. We really do. But the pig thing is a wild one. It's hard to get them. They're very smart, and they spread out, and there's so fucking many of them, they shoot with helicopters. They fly over them.
Right.
I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to go shoot pigs out of a helicopter.
But that's part of the reason that you came here.
For sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure.
Yeah.
And people who believe in that. Right. It's really God's country. Right.
It is in the right place. I think you're going to have annoying people everywhere you go in this world. But in general, I think the people here overall are nice. They're friendlier, and they're not captured. They're not captured by the ether of Hollywood. They haven't been sucked into the vortex of ideological thinking. Just that weirdness of that town. So when you escape that and just be around regular people, you're like, oh, people are all right. I've just been in an insane asylum. You're looking for a girlfriend. You have to be in a place where you're around good people, like normal people. That's better for you.
You're not trying to say that people that happen to live there are not nice. There's a lot of nice people. Here's the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as right.
Yep.
It's the middleness of it all that makes America. And Texas has been front and center of that.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Strawberry mist is our number one.
That was fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newports.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right. They have their own cigarettes. They have not menthol Newport.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
Oh, this is very racist, this conversation. Even though neither of us are.
Just talking about
just saying, why do black people like Newports so much? And a black person actually get ready to answer this. It's terrible all in.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. You start asking me about Italian food, or why are Italian people so loud?
How many people have ever died of pasta related? A lot, Joe. A lot of matzos out there kicking the butt, bro. An overabundance of carbohydrates. They were going to be fat wherever they live. They're amazing. That's a whole be great brand eaters and
delicious high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. That thing that I could ever be addicted to is that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah, we have so much.
Starving people are addicted to anything, and they don't have food-related illness.
Exactly.
But back to where we were at. You were asking about the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is end product. There's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and the difference between the two. And one is richer and stronger.
The more potent version.
Right. And now as a people, we tend to go for those products.
They sound stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciate.
That makes sense.
Concentrate. And the fact that all this natural things. Right. Anybody from the South knows about mint.
And menthol used as a skincare product, like injuries and shit.
Right. Like you appreciate that.
That makes sense.
Dog, you make me fucking look this shit up and then you don't even listen to me when I say it?
That's my position.
It's 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, 7, and then the main fight, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, something like that.
Most people are all for government control, as long as they don't have to.
It works in their favor. Give us a lot of rights.
Get out.
I'll be back before 6.
There's a lot of people.
I'll be back.
Back up, baby.
I'm gonna watch it. I get fucked up.
I'm gonna make it easy.
Word.
I'm gonna need certain requirements. I need you to have a digital ID. Digital ID will be attached to social credit score. And we're gonna give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of. Now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast that you're speaking of, sir? That's the whole thing. Right. And that's the whole thing, is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head.
Right. Yeah. And everybody's going,
It's the greatest thing in the world. But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or watching Seinfeld. We understood that there was just this small line medically that needed to be crossed in order for us to be able to do these things. Yeah. Like if you can hook a battery up to a optical like this, to make it go like this, you're halfway there.
yeah.
Why? Because This is a machine that we have.
It's biological machine.
Right? You don't understand it. You understand it.
Yeah. And you can fuck with that machine. Choose it up, get it stronger, get it smarter. There's a lot of things about it.
This is what the Anunnaki says. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right? People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find answers to things. So I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that have that are like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is. It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping. That's what made the carrier of great importance, because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
The thing on the wrist was a compass?
a timekeeping compass. Yes. Right. So you had to believe in things. You had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and distance and probability.
Right.
That's how like if you were to read like thousands of books about people that do a bunch of shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about doing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like you're not seeing ruins of college university, we're seeing temples and synagogues and churches. But people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from for that period of time. When we went to they weren't in temples. They weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. Like they were being taught agriculture. You know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
Yeah. They had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writing across the world ever said anything about space or the universe or what was happening. Why were all of them correct? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet, and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, Saturn had rings. Like, based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is this. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from people. Like there are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere. It used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly. Restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in our whole universe. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon for crying out.
Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory? You know what that is? The Younger Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes through a cycle of like comet storms every June and every November, and most of the time nothing happens. But every now and again we get hit. We get hit big. We got hit big 11,800 plus years ago, and that had to restart civilization. And then what you're seeing from like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later, I think that is a rebuilding of civilization that was already like just whispers and stories and tales, and then they rebuilt it again thousands of years later. But if you go back to like 11,800 years ago, you're dealing with what we thought were hunter-gatherers, and now we know they weren't. Now we know they built complex stone structures. The real speculation is they think that the people who built the pyramids built them way earlier than the conventional dating is. They think there's real evidence that shows they're 9,000, 11,000 years old. Easy.
No people.
Who built them?
No people. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, this whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better conditioned unless you're enslaved to Jews.
They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because the way they were eating, they found where their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the city.
How many companies have done renovations on the White House? None of them have done enough renovations in their White House. So yes, thousands of years worth of people were there. But that doesn't have anything to do with the building. Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not right. We've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies. Right. But the evidence doesn't show it. Like when you see inside, when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room. There's no candle soot. There's no. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet.
What do you think was powered by? Powered by the hot water springs? It took to what end? How do you know this was wrong? Is this marijuana talk? I don't think so.
This is.
Where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information, their knowledge, and their network. These were not the highest of human civilization.
Not even comparable.
Now or since. Now or since. Right.
The Great and Jesus is the same.
Right. like even Tesla says that this is where you get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called thought. Right? And the emerald tablets thought are literally mind changing and mind blowing. Far too accurate for now. So, I'm sure that
Here it is. Emerald tablet. Also known as the smart. It's compact and cryptic Coptic Hermetic text is highly regarded by Islamic your Hermes, Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries follow. So what does it say? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it's the beginning of the 2nd century BC onwards. Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups: the technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medical, botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical, philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probably.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it. Is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not the things that are being said. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm gonna read that.
it literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth. This is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization age. You get to the crux of their information. Nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings can, it's possible if you have enough power, if you have enough engineering and mathematics, that you can figure out how to design and construct a pyramid. But then, the logistical problem, getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones. That's crazy. 500 miles away somewhere.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. See, that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
Nile Valley.
They had electric and Wi-Fi, and they have all of that.
They probably did. That's probably where the younger Dry theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. And I think that's why every single
Not everybody.
physical scholar, what?
Not everybody. Some people
Maybe
are that.
some people were the survivors. Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in the common storms, I think. And I think we probably got, there's reports in history that they know of where human beings got down 27,000 people.
Yeah, who's counting?
I think they use genetics and they can adapt traits and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a big question.
The things in Hollywood and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. So all the stories of hobbits have been successful in all of their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were old pygmy groups and that, we understand that's what the Seven Dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Flores, man. They literally call it a hobbit. It's like a 3-foot tall person. powder in the air, smaller head than us, use tools.
As a preteen, Atlanta really existed just because of how it was spoken offhandedly.
Just as it's coherency, right?
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin by now.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found the spot in Africa? What is that the ring called? That Jimmy Corsetti is he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. He's an expert in ancient catastrophes, and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed, something happened. And he's focused on this one area in Africa that he believes is Atlantis. And he says it has all the hallmark characteristics, and there's all the evidence of massive water erosion surrounding the area. That at one point in time, it's very likely that this area got hit with a massive flood, and it matches all the characteristics of Atlantis. When you see it, when you see the way the concentric circles rings, like try explaining this. You're gonna see it. And try explaining this through a natural phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere around it. Concentric circles that is near what used to be water, and there's heavy water erosion marks all around it that indicate massive amounts of quick flowing water in a very short period of time. That's it. Look at that. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? That's it. The reshock structure. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Now imagine if that was this massive city of concentric circles and walls and a thriving population, and then it gets hit with this water. You can see the water erosion all over the place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See? It looks like it was washed out.
There's salt there.
To go through the hassle of setting up a whole photo array behind typing a number for us to read driver receipts. But most of the eSIMs are data only. They're not really meant for calls. You can do voice over IP calls, but they don't make for data very much.
When you read the story,
That's my bus. US Mobile also has it.
it's so specific, like it says thing in talking about the garden.
Global X.
That, wait a minute, if I can't find what you're talking about, this isn't even real.
Rich on Tech.
Like,
AM 640. Time now for news update.
there's
Commander Caravella live from the KFI 24-hour news. Breaking news this hour: the Israeli military says Iran has launched drones at Israel. The drones will take hours before they arrive. President Biden is now meeting with his national security team about the crisis in the Middle East. Biden cut short a weekend trip to Delaware on Saturday to return to the White House as the U.S. braces for Iran's retaliation attack on Israel. The war in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas has now entered its 7th month. Israeli officials say that Iran is retaliating for a recent deadly attack on the Iranian consulate in Syria and killed 13 people, including several top Iranian military leaders. ABC's Mink Mulroy says that the Biden administration has warned Iran that a large attack could result in a U.S. response.
The United States, although it might have some issues with how the prosecution of the war is going in Gaza, some states totally decide Israel and Israelis do kind of as they should as part of a significant
but this is why, right? And this is why
As mentioned previously, this newscast, Iran has now launched drones toward Israel. Border officials say more than 189,000 migrants were stopped last month while trying to illegally enter California from Mexico. The number of total crossings is 45% lower than in December, which was a record-breaking month for illegal crossings into California. Officials say the Biden administration has dedicated more resources at the southern border, including more border control agents and advanced technologies. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic. We have an accident over in Anaheim Hills. That's off the 91.
Right, like they're with the serious star system. Like they're saying very specific things. Hundreds of years we're going. You guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about, right? Like somebody would have a fake star system. And now we get to
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
We're working on solutions,
like carbon capture and clean energy from hydrogen. Believe it or not,
I'm sure we're
and our solutions help businesses in manufacturing, commercial transportation,
and power generation too.
heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Learn more at ExxonMobil.com.
portion of humankind.
Professional massage therapists are all about taking care of your
Like if you go, that's why NASA and space points are not affordable. Further you get in space, the more obvious. Once you're up there and you're looking down,
Thank you, Felix.
That's the sound of a tree in Tennessee's great smoky mountains, releasing volatile organic methane, which is just a fancy way of saying it's creating law. That makes the Smokies smoky. This is one of many sounds in Tennessee with a story to tell.
I mean,
More than
these
impressive.
are so
where the best never existed.
Tennessee.
They all suck. Every other planet sucks.
Southland weather from KFI. Highs are going to stay in the low 60s at the beaches and inland
We're
parts of the
ruining
Atlantic. These are down in the 60s for the island. Highs in the high 40s and low 50s over
Hi, Guinness live streaming record.
Hello, how are you? I don't know what happened to you.
Nothing, I just disconnected. I don't know, I running a lot of things. I found an error from the smartphone too, and I have 2 windows open.
It wasn't your fault. I think somebody stopped the stream or closed the room. Not my stream, but whatever this room is in the VC. They have the ability to close it if they want, and I think they did. And so I had to ask someone to reopen it.
Okay, so look, that exists already. So just understand that the worldwide government, that government is way smarter than we give them credit for because they have us believing they don't do nothing. But the truth is, like there's no such thing as the government is in bed with the internet. No, the internet is a government installation that they allow the world to use for free so that they could have the information. Well, you're on it.
That's what it became.
That's what it was to become.
You think so?
Yes.
I think this progression of technology oftentimes leads something like himself. First was Michael Douglas walking on the beach, Wall Street, looking amazing with that brick, carrying that big brick. Look at that guy. He's got a phone, no cord. He's out on the beach. This is insane. To everybody on the phone.
But not to everybody, because those in the ham radio community and people with the CBs, they didn't feel like that was cutting edge because it really wasn't. Like
It's still cutting edge.
This is-
walk around with devices. It's a leaping technology.
here's the thing, when you look at all of our inventions, that's when you know that these space encounters were real. Because we only have advanced in a couple of industries and everything else so is nothing. So, like microwave that they had 30 years ago, it looks the same as the same microwave now. Why? Because it was done as a military thing. It was supposed to be a skill weapon. And then they found out to heat some food. They put a door on it. And so it hasn't changed at all because invention is very difficult. And
we subscribe to the idea that we get back engineered.
Absolutely. That's why those leaps, we don't see those leaps in anything else. Is my point. Like
yeah, there's so much speculation about the creation of a bunch of different things that came out of fiber optics.
Right, but remember, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this is crazy talk. But
is that the point is exactly what you like. As I said, the majority of people are saying
area would have to be doing something. And nobody's telling a differing story as to what it is. Right. Like people have great imaginations all through history. They can make up something. The only damning information is if you read 3,000 accounts of the entity and realize, wait a minute, why is everybody describing the same couple of things? There's no outliers. There's no outliers. Like
there's like 3 different things they describe. They said that it's documented 8 to 12.
We're not talking about English speaking people. We're talking about worldwide. Right. Like that's what is striking.
There's just people in Australia who drew them.
Nobody's saying anything outlandish, and that's what you get to when you go religiously.
Well, they don't want it there.
It's a necessary component. If whatever religion you're a part of, at some point it says that there was a light in heaven, and this happened and that happened.
Every single one.
Everyone, without nobody is telling a different story. Everybody is telling the same story. Like that's how you know that vagina and gold are universal things, because in everybody's story, none of these otherworldly interests entities had any interest in anything other than women
And gold.
right, pussy or because understand that now. And you understand that now when you start learning about what's in space, because you can see that any element or any commodity that we sell here is abundant in space, like trash. They found one meteor that was worth all the money on Earth. 770 trillion. This is another number. Crazy number. Right. Yeah.
Wow. If they know that there's spots in space that have abundant minerals that are very valuable. And the thing about the Sumerian story, the Sumerian text story, Grandma story, they never had a billionaire on this earth. Everyone would be a billionaire. Every person would earn several billion dollars.
So it sounds jokey, right? But understand, somebody got this contract. Like they broke this up in several worldwide contracts, like
10,000 quadrillion.
it's just there.
But here's the thing: if you got that much gold, is gold valuable anymore? One of the things about gold is that there's not that much of it. You look at, you ever seen the number of gold on Earth?
That's not necessary in capitalism. They showed us that with diamonds.
That's true.
It is about the perception of things, and if I buy up all of something, it is rare now. Immediate, just because I have control of all of it, and that is
message was a biblical scholar who he deciphered the Sumerian text, and he's like an expert in language. And when he deciphered, he might not have been a biblical scholar, it might just have been a language expert. Either way, he deciphered these texts and wrote these books about the real meaning behind everything they were saying. And he said that the reason why we are fascinated with gold is that the Anunnaki literally would have us mine gold for them because they needed it to protect their atmosphere. So what they would do is take gold, which is very rare in what it does. What gold can do is you take a little piece of gold like this big and coat this entire table. It's real weird. It's a very, and you can turn into a fine dust, and they suspended this fine dust to their atmosphere to protect them from its degrading atmosphere because they're getting global warming.
Everybody that was
You wrote about this in the 70s.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because everybody in Egypt knew it. Like this is where the alchemy.
Yeah, that's where it all originated.
Right.
We
Like
don't even know what they did.
none of those people are saying, "Hey, I came up with this shit." They're saying
Right, somebody gave it to us.
somebody who came from this place here came and told us that this is how this goes and this is what this is worth. Because I'm saying the people that were being abused in the mines going to get the diamonds, it wasn't like that for them. They're getting these rocks. Crazy guys gonna pay a day's wages for us to gather rocks. Let's gather them. Nobody's trying to claim it. Like nobody.
That is wild. Imagine we got some getting most of our shit back engineered stuff for us. Figure it out, sort through it. The people that have alien technology, the people that do have an alien craft that they work on, what a weird reality you must live in. The whole rest of the world is kind of guessing. You got this thing. You're like, oh, this really happened. I can show it to you.
That's how everybody in space.
Right, they must. How do you think shit?
I'm saying, how do you think Elon Musk really feel?
I don't think he's gonna tell you.
You know what I'm saying? In his head, can he still have a superhero? Or is he one of them? You know he's one of them. Like,
If you're the richest dude in the world, then you're also a super genius. How about you stop yourself? That's the big question.
no, it's not like that. No. It doesn't have superhero side effects to it. Like, the more you know, how there's not a, you know what I mean? Nobody has ownership on information. That's why reading books moves civilization because like when I said like I read like yeah right, but everything in life is about the environment. It was grown in the petri dish, right? So if I told you that from the time I was 8 to the time I was 12, I never celebrated any birthdays. I never went to a birthday party. I never had Thanksgiving or Christmas. I never trick-or-treated. I wasn't allowed to watch movies, and I wasn't allowed to watch TV. All I could do was read. If I told you that, you would understand. For 8 hours a day, I got 8 hours, and I can read, and I love to read it. So I'm reading books that are 250. At one time, so I'm going Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, just because it's just my thing. Like,
So you're getting 60 books a week.
that's minimum. Because I'm reading more than that because I still have religious books that I have to read. So just one book, like, but yeah, I'm, so first, I guess between 8 and 12, I'm on, I can read classics and fiction, so I'm saying no novels or anything like that. I'm just reading the High Life has like 1,800 of these individual books on all subjects.
So you spend most of your time reading.
Not most, all of it.
All of your time reading. And then when did
That was my thing, because like I was able to be in each of these stories. You know what I'm saying? And I was getting so much information. Like half of those, I probably had to write a 1-page report on after. But that was my whole thing. The numbers aren't even really accurate because I read more than that. Because like sometimes I would read something and I wouldn't get it. Like there was this classic book called Little Women that I probably read it 4 times. I didn't understand it, and I knew it was a classic, but
I never read it. What's it about? Have you read it yet?
The Little Women.
Yeah, I just watched that with Kurt But it's the story
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, right. Like 4 sisters, think that, okay? But they have money and an incredible circumstance. But the thing was, I didn't have any sisters, so I didn't have anything to pull from, and I didn't have women in my life like that. So, a lot of things I would have to read multiple times for me to get.
Right, trying to think how they are.
Right, well, yeah, like even like the Three Musketeers, like I probably read it 3 times because it was so. I read it like the first time to read it, but then the next time I had to read it again because these characters were really distinct characters, right? And I couldn't figure out, wait a minute, did this happen really in history, or was somebody just this good at telling the story of the, but it's things like that leads you to the Knights Templar story, which leads you to, seeing how things through history have remained, all of that you get from history today. Because you can't trying to imagine you mixing it together, listen to these stories and just sit back and what the fuck was that like? Which is what we create every day. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, we're creating the future's version of what the fuck was that like. This place right here, this area, specifically this area of Texas, the Hill Country, was just all Native Americans.
Here's the thing. None of those people, we say, none of them picked the bad place ever. That's when you understand and disagree, because nobody, holy people, picked bad spots. Everybody understood certain things about the area before they had X-ray machines. If you just went by that, the whole world would understand the true power of the Vatican. Certain things are based on real shit, like the Ark of the Covenant things. Whatever the nucleus is, that would have initially been in the pyramids, but also that have been in the Ark of the Covenant, which would be the same thing. And that it's radioactive and it's very powerful. It still has
every year. It gets less crazy every year. 20 years ago, talking about any of this stuff was straight up nonsense. But now people are like, that's probably what disclosure actually looks like. It looks like a slow, trickle integration into the zeitgeist to the point where it's just normal.
Because a lot of times they're right. A lot of times it turns out that they were right. No, because it's old people. Yeah, they would. This is what's happened. That would have happened. You just start to think.
That's why when you think about what people do, that's why angels and devils freak out. Because no one wants to believe that there's a Satan, that there's a devil.
You believe in astronauts.
But people have always said that.
You mean a bad and a good?
Yeah, not just a bad, but an actual evil malevolent force.
No, just start with bad and good. Okay, so we started bad and good, and we understand what must be at the extremes of that. Nobody's telling a different story.
It's the concept of actual entities.
Yeah.
Actual demonic entities that do exist.
Well, I'm saying your DNA is either fused or it's not. If it is, it requires a fuser.
Apple has AirTags. Now Google is launching what they call the Find My Device Network.
I'm saying,
This uses over 8 billion Android devices.
they tell you that certain parts of your DNA are fused.
Third-party tags. So just like an AirTag,
That requires
tags that you can use your Android phone to find.
I'm not sure.
I see what
you're saying.
Android phone.
The structure to us and everything, all of it, does seem remarkable.
Pixelate.
In a no mistakes kind of way.
Yeah, and in the same realistic sort of way.
Which flies in the face of accidental Big Bang. Big Bang, nothing from nothing, way up. And it always has.
Well, that's what I think, like in the beginning, there was like, when I talk about that, if you were going to describe the beginning of the universe, if you're describing the Big Bang, which there's a lot of speculation that there wasn't necessarily in it, that there might be a continuous cycle of these events happening over and over again. But if you're talking about a creation story, say it, beginning of this life, fucking enormous amount of light, creates the entire universe. Literally, right?
I think, which is all it says. And here's the, like, whatever they say that hell or Hades is in any of these religions worldwide, it is the perfect description for what a black hole is. It is. A bottomless pit. Time doesn't exist. Where time does not exist, where you don't die. Where the information
Eat stars.
But eat stars and galaxies and all that, right? But we can have multiple of them, and it'll still be okay. That's the flex.
Yeah, we're fine. It's like just killing everything.
What's this thing? Oh, it killed everything. Right. Everything what? Everything is
Everything. It's gonna get us eventually, but not now.
you mean you have two of them?
They find them floating around. They find them floating around.
Right.
I mean, they notice them.
Yeah.
They notice that they're out there floating around. Yeah. They found one that's so fucking big. We did this thing when we put in a video of how small the Earth is in comparison to the Sun, how small the Sun is in comparison to giant stars, and how small the giant stars are into the most massive supermassive black hole that they know currently. It's
Our perfect habitat is so perfect that anyone in the first is
That's the greatest real estate agent ever.
If the moon and the sun were further back, we or closer. Like the whole thing is, don't it's to the point where some of it might have been artificially done, and they're aware of the truth. So part of the specifics of the solar system. Okay. Right. That's wild. Some of it's not theory. Like I was on that subject as a teenager, but as a grown person, it rang like a bell. Like certain things are.
What was the explanation for that? Because it did have some sort of a crazy, like,
The question is, who will offer an explanation?
right?
Because it wasn't like they didn't just do it once. Like all accounts say, it rang like a bell for hours and hours and hours.
So imagine that's first stage plan that they put there.
That's how Xbox works. Or PlayStation. That's what I'm saying. You have your gaming system, and this requires that on your Wi-Fi nearby. Right. Things happen. And so many of our things globally, we come by understanding that magnetic dynamics and things that they work.
There's a lot of people that think that whatever we're seeing isn't just from other planets, but from other dimensions. They're dimensional travelers. That they have access to places that we don't have access to. Because we're too primitive. We can't wrap our head around it. As a civilization, we haven't reached the ability to transcend, but that they can. Here all the time.
Well, the way we look at it, we're the greatest spot in the universe, but the travelers don't lead us to believe that.
Well, there's always competition. There's always going to be a greater civilization than the one previous. There's always going to be more. There's always going to be. If people are going to innovate to the point where they're going to make spacecrafts, that means these people are competing with each other. These things, whatever they are, they must be in some sort of competition. There must be something that motivates them.
Right, but at that level, competition is healthy, and there are no unhealthy components. So, hopefully, definitely. Once we're all building space, personal space contraptions for ourselves, we're going to push one another. It's not just we're going to all want the best one.
Yeah.
And we're going to insist that be the case, just like we do.
Hopefully, what I mean is that, like, hopefully they will be like healthy, friendly competition. That's what we're doing. What's not hopeful is that they can be robotic, emotionless things that have transcended biological needs, and that they just have a function. That function is seeding intelligent life in the universe and establishing that. Just like you would be a farmer when you go out and eat hay for the animals.
Needs are
but we're always moving into some more and more complex direction. Technologically, it seems like that's never going to stop. Right? And the only thing that makes sense to me is that we're doing something because that's like what we're literally designed to do. We have all these things that sort of motivate people with greed and lust and curiosity, but what we do is we're always making better things. Constantly making better things, which would lead ultimately to the creation of a higher life, some more intelligent emotion that being. That's the scary thought. Is that all this life out there is life that was created by biological creatures who had these desires and needs that ultimately led to them making a better version of them. And then that is like the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon.
as soon as we put people in space, we became aliens.
Right. Yeah.
A lot of things.
That's true. I mean, you could say you're a camper, but you really only go on 10 yards. You're still not.
I'm saying our guy has
that car coming out?
No, because
That car is supposed to be out for years.
that's part of being a billionaire.
Sure.
It's not worth putting out something, right? That's not right. It doesn't matter how bad it is. Once
We actually explained that. He said it was manufacturing. The way he explained it is, you don't consider it because people manufacture things, it's normal. But he's like the process of manufacturing, especially like a car, an electric car, is insanely difficult.
he had a harder time doing that Cybertruck than he did.
Yeah. The Cybertruck's hard. It's all folded steel. It's this fucking massive 7,000 plus pound folded steel truck that goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And it looks like it's from the future. It looks like
It's the hottest thing on Mars. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it looks like the most futuristic car ever. Right. Yeah, but
As kids, that's what we do.
I don't know when we're going to Mars. I don't know when the boss is going to do that. That's a 6-month journey. You just hope.
So what? Several billionaires were talked into getting into a capsule with unlimited air. Go a long way down.
That's a dark way to die. Just knowing
Well,
that you chose
just know, even if you're a racist, here is all death is dark. So
what I mean is the last moments must be
no more horrific than anyone else's.
I know something. Think about the choice being thousands of feet under the water.
Being a billionaire.
Crushing.
Your soul dies long. I could have done anything. This is what I did. That's hilarious.
That guy could be fishing in Maui right now. With a nice cold beer. Yeah, with his friends. What's this music? Instead he hears he's like carbon fiber starting to crack. Oh, damn.
It's already done at that point. None of that happened.
They knew those people were dead a long time ago, which is interesting because I didn't know how sophisticated the underwater listening devices are. But they have these super sophisticated underwater listening devices. Everywhere, make sure the Russian Russia's not going to go for it.
None of that is Russia. None of that is for Russia.
What underwater listening devices they do the aliens running there?
Okay, let's leave this as we talking now. So, which one do we know more about? Do we know more about space? Or do we know more about the ocean?
We know about it.
Okay, so, yeah. And part of that is because
The ocean's very cold.
at some point, government
They're hiding. I would hide things from people. I would definitely make it clean if you have a submarine. You could have a yacht. Don't get crazy. You can't go underwater. I gotta know where the fuck you are. I need to collect taxis. Well, if you're floating around, I can pull up.
it was a conspiracy theory at one point that, the government got bases inside the mountains.
Right. Well, until they had to expand the boundary behind Area 51, make Area 51 larger, they never even admitted it existed. It wasn't until the Obama administration that they actually came out and said Area 51 is a real thing. We need more land. Do you ever see the video of Bob Lazar? Or the guy who used to work at Guinness? Have you ever seen that guy?
I'm following old Bob Lazar.
What do you think about this? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Here's the thing, Joe. That's an opinion, but what I find fascinating
of it, right? Because that's the thing. If people bullshit, they kind of bullshit about everything.
Right.
I think they're smart enough to trick you. No one's smart enough to come up with one story only their whole life. Their whole life, they're straight, down the middle, square, tell the truth all the time. But one time, they decided to have a whopper of a lie and just fabricate this thing.
You're seeing somebody tell you a story that is the only explanation for certain things that are happening.
Yeah. Especially he tells you a story, and then you have independent people who also used to work for the government now becoming whistleblowers and saying there's a crashed retrieval program. Crashed UFO retrieval program.
It goes back to what I'm saying, Joe. This is how you say this without getting canceled. You do think they're doing something, don't you? They're doing something, don't you? Doing something. We want to believe, like, nobody's doing nothing. Like, no, we're doing stuff. Like,
There's not telling us.
that's part of it, though, right?
You know what the people involved in the retrieval calls the vehicles? They call them donations.
Right. Well, because
That's what they think they are. They think that the limited times that these crafts have shown themselves.
you as the driver or the occupant didn't mean for that to be your destination, and you don't take anything. You only give. Therefore, that's why it's known as a donation. It's what you would say if one of those meteors that we were talking about is one of the size of a refrigerator landed in your backyard. Like $1 billion can land in your backyard.
Or obliterate the entire city. Send everybody back to the Stone Age. That's the wildest one.
Right, but it's not that wild if you look at the moon. The moon shows you that that's a thing. That's a thing. Right, like
If we could just look at it, just fill with holes.
right.
Big fucking craters all over that you can see with the naked eye.
Well, I'm saying most of the people that are in America trying in urban settings know what potholes are.
Yeah. This is a weird time where people are just starting to pay attention to so many of these subjects. So many of these things, like, are we alone? Have there been advanced civilizations before? How did we become us?
It's been a conversation at all points in time.
But more people are having it now without fear of being labeled an idiot.
Well, it's because information is now a free commodity, whereas in different points in history, it wasn't like that.
Right. It was protected.
You didn't make enough money to get access to this information. No matter where you're looking, information is the driving force of almost every war and conflict. It was about the place that you conquered. Not only did you conquer them, but you gotta just know where they knew. And that was more important than anything else.
Think about the people that lived just before they translated the Bible from Latin. How many people couldn't read it?
Well, that was part of the experience that you were getting from church. Plus, of that it was being read to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It was not. We have currency where you have a book and they have the book, but this person is literally reciting the word of God to you.
Yeah. And he becomes a holder of all that information.
All holders of all information.
Yep. It's like a human pattern that people follow, even if they just run an internet company. Even if they run a social media company, they follow that same pattern.
Well, because everything in the universe, everything on this planet, everything everything is a formula. Everything is that way. Yeah, that's one of the science and math go together with the occult and alchemy, and all of these things are based on things like even the Smurfs story, right?
The Smurfs.
Well, religious people say, "Oh, you can't watch the Smurfs because it's bad, because they have witchcraft and stuff in there." But the whole thing is based on this homunculus, the idea that you can create a human life without a mother or a father. Really?
That's what the Smurfs are based on?
So what two Smurfs do you think got together and had Smurfette? She was the only female of the Smurfs. So
It's a good question.
well, it's not a question in the Smurfs. They tell you that Gargamel made Smurfette. But you know, somebody's history. I don't want to say what race of people or group of people it is, but there's somebody's history.
Like a genetically engineered human.
Life form,
Creature.
right? Well, and so you know, it's spoken of his history very sparingly, but you know, a lot of things in the world are about perception. You know, we don't believe that there's clones. We don't believe that because we don't feel like we have the technology. But the truth is, if you go body part to body part, you'll go, what if I lost 2 legs? Well, we give you 2 legs. Well, what about 2 arms? I can give you 2 arms. Okay, well, what about the heart? What about the like, we're already,
Yeah. All you'd have to do is make a clone brain dead. Figure out how to engineer a brain dead clone that'll grow organs for you. And then they'll make clone legal. And then you'll never have to worry. Hey, cat, you need a new heart? Guess what?
this is the same pathway that everybody is on in all of these departments. Like people spend their life trying to find the cure for cancer, you know.
Yeah.
And working as hard as they can every single day, you know, unsuccessfully.
Waiting on tax return, it ends up in your hand.
Those are the types of people that help make the world go round.
When you're in a taxes, life market. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to
Yeah, because it's all about information. That would be so close most of the time.
so we'll reimburse you until the limits of your plan if you use money to identify your information.
That's how you can see when we've had influence from something else.
I think it's very possible. It's just so frustrating. You know, it's one of those things where life would change forever if you had undeniable contact with something. Just change forever. Your perception of life, you just drive through the in and out drive-through would be different. Everything would be different.
Right.
If you take a shit would be different. There's aliens out there.
You can say that about smelling salt or mushrooms. Say that about life.
Yeah, but about that specifically, if we knew that was real, because I think it's probably true, but I still hold open the path, the possibility that it's all bullshit.
Here's the whole thing. No one who has ever seen more space or the universe than you and I has ever seen anything that was bullshit.
What do you mean?
In the universe.
What I mean is like fake UFO footage. There's a lot of fake footage. I would want to see if you could see something yourself, I have good friends that have. I have good friends that have had experiences that they say there is no fucking way that is us. But this is something else.
Right. Just understand that part of the job in any of these circumstances is to kick up kerfuffle. Like, right? That's part of it. Like, if you live in Florida, you see how many times things go off. There's a pattern between that and government airplane. Our stories of cooperation have been nothing but cooperative, as they could only be. Like, we don't hold any leverage.
I think some of the shit that we're seeing is ourselves.
Right. I'm saying, but nobody will have a way, you know, like as advanced as we are, we still gotta let that balloon fly over, right?
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's the most obvious shit ever. That's your neighbor peeking over the fence.
No, it is not. It is your neighbor's drone.
Yeah, your neighbor's drone.
In your yard.
Yeah, right. Ridiculous.
Filled with a pinata of the next COVID. Right.
What are they doing?
It's not like that. It's not like that. In the world of flying things, sometimes things go off course. Especially spotty stuff.
You think that's all what's going on? Of course, it just magically happened to go here.
Don't say magically. I say when.
The way they got it?
Well, I'm saying,
Bro, they just flew those things over and they don't divide it. They said they flew over during Trump's administration too, but they didn't tell them. Because they didn't want them to shoot down.
neither of those stories is true. That information was out there. Right.
Another one, yeah. This was
This doesn't count. This doesn't count. And the way that you know immediately is this says over Utah. Like that would be where.
That's like White Sands, right? No, that's the White Sands, isn't it? What's this kind of countries in Utah?
Well, I'm saying in the map wide.
Oh, this one is the one from February 2023. That's when they shot it down. Look at that. So it's just a balloon with solar power and some kind of camera. How weird.
Not weird.
Well, not weird if you just think about human patterns. That's what we end up to. Just fly over. Takes a picture.
We can say whatever we want, but we're civilized. Maybe they're not civilized. Some of you weren't civilized, and maybe part of your job is airborne weapons. So you got to test it out. You got to see what it can do. And go off court.
That's not here. We have a lot of
Information is just knowing what the conversation are over. That's why it's
This podcast dives deep into the story of Rachel Payne and his company Centritel.
at the end of all these information driven society places and analytics and that.
Someone's like, oh, your best way to make money. Like, oh, we should start some sort of.
No, it's alright. No, it's alright. It'll be fine. I just wonder where it's all headed because it seems like we're building towards the best. I think about it all the time. It seems like it's
Time to get a bunker.
It seems like it might be a good time to get a bunker. So the line of water.
Well, here's the thing. If you follow what becomes accessible, that's how you get different things.
Yeah, he's moving us into so many different directions all at the same time. The electric car thing, the internet satellite thing, and now this Neuralink thing. The Neuralink thing is crazy.
Because all of these things are connected in higher, upper echelon conversation. Okay, you see these things, conversation.
And Lunchables.
Information is
We'll get into that.
moving into street to be built upon your ability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people.
Officials are estimating more than 100
Where we call things promotion and marketing. I mean, that Hollywood's not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that that happens. But propaganda is something that
Well, propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like if you want flour, you need wheat. You're gonna have to get the wheat. You're gonna have to get the wheat. And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people. And, you know, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is showing this negative side of this other society. This is our hero. This is our hero is going to go to America's bidding and go up there. And those movies are successful. So they continue this relationship. And they become a bit of a propaganda arm for the government. And it turns out,
right. But that's what makes information so powerful. You don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about following the ritual work. And so you can fool yourself into thinking there is a form of evidence moving clear. But like when I was like, all these guys just are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he talks about things. No, it's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was the prophet. I had gotten so much information that I learned things are 6 years ago. I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender Baphomet, the transgender. I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass really rings. Really, I didn't say both of those things, so I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future. And that somehow all the people could go would be normalized over the sheet of being always the most popular reference. God damn, we got some good weed, God. Jesus. That must be the weed trying to figure out how to jump in on that.
If you got lentils, one week,
I always wondered whether or not all the stores in the Bible. It's just where we are experiencing it. Like the market beast thing we were talking about earlier. If that is not the thing we do, if you got to tell a story for so many years, before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them, and then all of a sudden the brain implants that's were hijacked by machines, and people became just zombies. controlled by corporations. That would be the marketing beast. That would be a demonic thing. If a demon tricks human beings into wearing a hat to turn you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. Until one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you didn't let them in. That was the thing. You didn't invite them in. If you invited them in, you're fucked. But if you didn't invite them in, for some reason they weren't allowed to kill you. It's almost like the story
that you have to be able to benefit from the zombie. Like, there's no benefit that's in the country. Like, if you're making them zombies, taking minds for you, then there's a story about it. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Is when you look at these ancient writings, they're not saying like, yes, they were from another world, and we had to bring him our kids, and he would eat them in front of us. Like, they're not telling those stories. They're saying like, agriculture, solid literature.
explain the origin of life. Yeah.
Like,
to
a fault. Nobody saying anything outside of mathematics correct.
Well, the problem stuff is when you look at some of those old Sumerian tablets, you see how they have the solar system mapped. They have the sun in the center, look just like a sun with little marks around it. It has Venus where it should be, Jupiter where it should be, Uranus where it should be. They're all in the right spot. It's crazy.
The Ethiopian tribes have the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, but there is no crazy. Everything lines up. The same grid is up.
That's just yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conventional explanation for that is, because that Zechariah Sitchin guy who sells the stuff, he was often criticized. The people said that he took things too far, his analysis went too far, and he just went into speculation, but god damn, a lot of the stuff that he was saying, like, you could see the implication in the actual tablets themselves. They show these gigantic beings with these little tiny people like sitting on their laps, and the people have tails. Have you seen those? It's like genetic engineering.
Maybe it's a tail, maybe it's piping. What? You understand what I'm?
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying is nobody telling these outlandish.
Right. But they're all kind of all saying the same thing. There's some higher power that comes, gives you structure, tells you what to do with how to live. And every society.
Information. That's what they give.
They give you information. Yeah.
Every story, every civilization, every time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we're all thirsty for.
Well, we're thirsty to monetize.
That's too. But also humans individually are thirsty for information. We always want information. We want gossip, we want news, we want bullshit, we want science. Especially an appetite for, things that make you think. There's so much information that people are just constantly consuming. This bullshit information like TikTok and nonsense that just passes you by.
But there's still, and none of that stuff is nonsense.
Well, it's not. It is all nonsense. But it is.
It's just another offshoot
to get your attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what all of this is about. From the Roman Colosseum to it doesn't matter. King Arthur's court time, like.
If you watch that video, very quickly, boom, period.
No viral stories.
All that footage goes out the door as being credible, period.
So I lucked out because it happened to me so early. But it wasn't about this. Yeah, I got that part. So I thought at like that age I was thinking, okay, so I don't know how long I'm gonna live.
Seriously,
Why'd you bring in this up? Just random? So just 7 seemed like a good number. Was it distinction or was it a little
To people around the globe.
7? Yeah, it's a lucky number. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying like you like man. You know, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because what they represent mathematically. That level of mathematical information is another step into civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident.
Trigonometry is not.
Yeah. And also that they figured out, there's some measurements, I don't want to bore anybody with details about butcher too, but it's the measurements of the height, width, and the mass of the pyramid in comparison to the circumference of Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice line and shit. It's just wild shit.
Right, but
falling stone.
but not that wild though, because we know that if you are traveling and beliefs are out there and you're out there for certain reasons, right? Understand satellite position and well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we have nothing.
No, not at all. Not different at all.
We would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those hobbits. Those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is? Floresiensis. So this creature, this 3-foot tall human, imagine if we found that. I guarantee you, someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to how to bond, introduce them to figure out language, try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our language, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, there was like a massive population of Australopithecus.
A question that
said, look, they're
has
on
always
the way. Let's just give them a little boost.
irked me is how do people live in
That's but not too
Hiroshima
much.
and Nagasaki?
That's what you see with all of the UFO stories.
Period.
Is
Those cities continued
they
operating
keep popping up in these
after
times
they were rebuilt.
we as a
Period.
civilization
Why
are
aren't
getting ready
people
to
still
have it up
affected from radiation
in real time.
to this day? Question mark.
You know, that's like
The half-life
that's why
of that
The
radiation
motherships.
is still supposedly very prevalent. Period.
because the UFOs started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports are like 1947, 1950, 1952.
If you cross engineer our shit, I'm sure our radar this information.
Especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Why?
Even in the
translate language instantaneously in real time. Because they can do it right now with Samsung phones. They have the new Galaxy S2.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals.
And with all of our, and with all of us.
Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right? Tom Green was here. He has a music. And he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you know you want to go left and you start like looking left and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. Because you develop it, it takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. It's like when they would lock on to their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I had that with women and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats. Like I have that. No, but understand, again, that's part of some religious story, is that one of the gifts was the relationship between humans and animals. And it's something that all civilizations have been able to use, and it's stayed true.
Yeah. And it's amazing.
There's no especially. Like, we abuse some of them, and it's
just horses don't interact with people the same way dogs. That's all I'm saying. It's like the interaction you have with dogs is almost like psychic. Like dogs are like your little friends. You know, they know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. You know, they're happy to see you every fucking time. Every fucking time. Bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and like special needs. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. Well, it's not always good, but it's so.
We can learn from them.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it, but we're scared. People are scared of other people being shitty. And you put up like shields. Worry about something.
Well, it's been proven historic that Cain and Abel is a real story. They're like, you know what I mean? Like people are like, people are so violent these days, and that's true. But people have been violent. Like there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life and change things.
Well, especially take a life quickly. Like when they figured out swords, bows and arrows. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night. Yeah. That's what took them out? That like plague? Because
69 times I've gotten canceled. That's one conversation.
The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two speculations. One of them was that God decided they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
But that's not speculation, that's in the book.
Right.
That first one.
Right, but the respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yes, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God just decided this not part of this whole city.
No.
Right. What's the real story?
Okay.
Turned it into pillars of salt. Two cities, right? They said, find me 50 good men, and I will do this. And then I think he said, find me 10 good men.
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This is the story that highlights.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just. So the sodomy is even technically like oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from
Sodomy. That's why I said right. That's why I said it's technically includes a lot of things. Deviant sex. I got this. So we come back to sodomy. Come back to this.
I really love that.
So
this story, it requires all of those people to really have been killed during those circumstances. The historical evidence shows like that happened. Like those two cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you kidding? I know a guy who had that information up so fast.
Really?
Put it on the screen.
Young Jane? Like, is there speculation?
His sidekick is awake now. This is the best part of him, but Carl like
Carl's awake now. He's 3:30 waker.
as we all would be if we were Charles first.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that it? Is there real speculation? Like, is there real speculation as to where it was?
It's not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like they used to be called this, and they later were called something else.
Like Iraq used to be Sumer.
Like these are literal places that you can find on the real map. That was part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. But it's the end of my only concern is how do these ancient Islamic Judaism, how do you say that? Those three that exist, that all religion is built to like Judeo-Christian, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that they were sitting there.
So they have records there.
Like, for example, if everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there, it exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea.
Wow. Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought. Like these were places, like people throughout history. If you show any body of water, those are always non-spontaneous. Water is its own commodity and currency. That was the Dead Sea.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? God, man, there's so much interesting stuff that came down.
Right. A lot of the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right? How long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was. Or they might have called it high salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is stuff's not growing here. Okay? Don't come here as a fishing spot. Right?
Let's get spot together. So, which at that point in time was valuable thing. Salt, they go to war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand that whole portion, because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food that you had to kill yourself catching, just so that you could put it over. Hot so that you could get it where you could eat it and eating it like you. That experience to seasoning your food. That's order from the best place.
Eating too much spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience that has been. That's part of being a king. Or being royalty through all civilization was being able to experience to throw it away. It becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So, like if you have potatoes, right? And you have potatoes. Yeah, you got too many potatoes. To get vodka from it. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from it. If you got barley, and everything that you could have too much of, got too many grapes, get wine with that. The whole, that's why alcohol is called spirit, because it's literally a gift from God. Something that's just for your milk. Once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like whatever it is, you would be having as a commodity. Grapes wherever. Like this is why I believe it. Because there's certain things that are just done for you.
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why they're brought in through alcohol, all of it is connected together so they can discover and figure it out.
Unless you can figure out the benefit that much you get for being hallucinated. Or the frog dance. The special one with the special benefit is that frog gets from it.
Right. Why is the frog making
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects specifically of the
constantly carrying around DMT? Right. Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? You rub on a windshield.
It's weaponized from the beginning.
Right. They're scared that they got died, so their bodies produce
Well,
just like ours.
the inventor of perfumes and clothes was whoever saw a skunk in action. So it's that's why it's able to see without power smell it even from a distance. I mean, like we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like we were able to look at him and understand that we will be able to
wooden things that they carved that look like buckets. And they were in some of the Jewish things. Thousands. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean,
the very
looks
Da Vinci is saying that these are things talked about, saying like even if you're just following Jesus,
I
right?
was not going to watch this, but I want you to know that it is my
Okay, so you
favorite
believe
thing
that
I've seen today.
he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about to get information that he can get. And was his back. Like, it's been that way. So,
It does kind of wind up in a strange way, trying to decipher it from all different cultures. They all have the different versions of it. At the end of it, there's a lot of similarities. You follow those stories, but what are they saying? They're all some sort of variation.
well,
It's not food chain of human beings is a question. A human being that's never created a being itself has this idea that a magical force that is all-knowing and all-loving created. Not they came from this and they learned and they got better, but that they were created. That seems like a universal story, the created story.
That's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So the duck is sitting on his eggs on a nest right by the house, right by a 250-pound dog. The alibi. Believes that it has life that is sitting on it, and it's gonna come from that, and that there's somebody there that looks out for them, and make sure they're fed. And the Bible story is that the sparrows say, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like who's feeding them every day? It's like real time. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's no creator. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. I'm like, that would be as weird as nobody in this room going, nobody made those curtains. We never have evidence of that.
Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea of a creator? What do you think about it to them? There's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof. And that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is. They'll say there's no proof. And they're staunch atheists. And a lot of them, they talk with religious people. They almost their atheism becomes religion. Instead of being completely open-minded to the possibility, they have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people that are atheists don't like God. God would have to do this to not like. The whole thing is, if you were to believe in the Big Bang, you would have to believe that happened several times throughout history. Just because we've seen everything.
Right. We don't see one individual unique thing that exists that's responsible for all things, except the Big Bang. Those are terms you can't always say.
There's too much thought that went into certain things, like the fact that study all the butterflies and not one of them has the humans. And like it goes for all humans.
Senior Israeli and U.S. officials confirm Iran has begun an airborne attack on Israel. They believe there was anything from 400 to 500 drones and missiles launched at Israel from Iraq, Syria, southern Lebanon, along with the Houthis in Yemen, enough to test Israel's Iron Dome defense systems. In Israel, the idea is telling Israelis it would take several hours for the drones to reach Israel. BBC's Michelle Franson says President Biden cut his weekend short, returning from Delaware to the White House to meet with his national security team about the events unfolding in the Middle East. The man who killed 6-year-old Aiden Leos in a road rage shooting in Orange County has been sentenced 40 years to life. Senior Deputy District Attorney Dan Feldman says that the sentence the judge handed the 27-year-old Marcus Aries was appropriate.
This really took a toll on our community. I think that Mr. Reese tore and very fabric that holds us together, that trust that we share.
Aiden's parents were not in court yesterday when Aries read a tearful apology calling Aiden one of God's special angels. Aries fired his gun at Aiden's mother's car on the 55 freeway in 2021 because she flipped him off. California has seized nearly 32,000 pounds of illegal pot in the first quarter of the year. Governor Newsom's Unified Cannabis Enforcement Task Force reports it
Proto Gremlin, are you there, Tim?
More than 54,000 unlicensed plants eradicated.
I am here. I'm reading in Grimory. See, I can't do my work today because the fees skyrocketed everywhere. In the Ethereum mainnet, in the layer 2s, everywhere the fees are very high. I can't even work like this. So, as I listening to your stream, I found a book to read.
Very cool. Well, we're gonna be watching UFC 300, so be ready for it.
Yeah, I'm reading. Okay. I will read the magical Grimory. This is that time I'm searching how to transform a human to a hedgehog. I'm searching to the magic squire or the opposite.
Well, enjoy that, my friend.
Okay, I will try to transform Bitcoin Obama into a hedgehog.
That's what I like to hear. There you go.
One person has been killed in a shuttle bus crash in Hawaii. The shuttle bus driver apparently mistook the gas bill for the brake and slammed into people waiting outside a cruise terminal in Honolulu. This happened yesterday when the driver dropped off a group of passengers at a pier around 10:30 a.m. 10 others were hurt. A man has been arrested in San Diego for attacking at least 2 women in Venice. Police say there was a sexual element to the incidents near the Venice canals. And the biggest traffic jams in SoCal may be out in the desert this weekend.
It's weekend number 1 for the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. Nearly 250,000 of your besties are expected to show up in Indio and the Palm Springs area. Here in LA, it's just sports fans on the roads. This evening, the Dodgers host the Padres in Chavez Ravine, and the Anaheim Ducks swim up the I-5 to face off with the Kings at the Crypt. Oh yeah, the roads are wet, so take it easy out there. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Coltrane and KFI in the sky.
Right, I don't care if it's you, friends, or whatever. I want to introduce you to Zelman's Minty Mouth Mints. Not just a mint, it's a breath freshener. Clinically tested against the toughest offenders like garlic and onions. Very simple, pop 2 or 3 in your mouth. You suck off the minty coating and you swallow the fresh capsule. That's what helps get inside your gut. And we'll take care of it with that parsley seed oil. Now, there is money back guarantee. You're not going to use it. Free shipping on order, 3 packs or more. Trust me, you're going to want more. So why don't you get some Zelmans.com? Zelmans.com. Go there, get 15% off when you use the code FORK. Zelmans.com. Use the FORK, the code FORK at checkout.
It's an accidental land exit 405. Backside of the 405 before Longstone Boulevard. It's a 2-vehicle accident. Slow lane is blocked. People stop and go and then over 405 from Main and cars all the way up to Roscoe Boulevard. On the 10 westbound in Mid-City, just before Crenshaw Boulevard, 2-vehicle wreck over on the right shoulder. Slow off and on. West end of San Juan Freeway from the East LA interchange to Progress Center.
This is where things can
In the slow lane, back up to the 133. Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris. Satellite weather from KFI. Lows are going to be the 30s and 40s tonight. Tomorrow looks like rain off and on throughout the day. Highs staying in the low 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro Lake Sea. 50s in the valley, 60s for the IE. Highs in the upper 40s and low 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now, Rancho Santa Margarita is 62, Costa Mesa 63, Malibu 57, Hacienda Heights 63 degrees. Really local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never something so good. KFI AM 640. Let me teach you about it. Let me teach you about it. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you about it. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you about it.
reason to go anywhere else. We're going to stick with the format of the Fort Report for now, but as there's breaking news going on in the Middle East, we report again should we need to. No reason to go anywhere else. Iran says that it targets, it said that it was going to target any country that opens its airspace for Israeli attack against Iran. Is what's going on now. It's after Iran launches dozens of drones towards Israel. As more information comes out, and we'll make sure that you have it. So no reason to go anywhere on that. Also want to remind you that I will be out next week on the 20th. I will be out in Glendora at the Wendy's there on Route 66. I've been there before. Come out and say hello. I'll have some swag, some stuff to give you, including the folks from Zellman's are coming out. And I'll have plenty of these boxes of Zellman's mouth mints for you. My buddy, John Bell from the Food Network, and of course the host of the podcast, Eat My Globe, will be out there with me as well. So it'll be good fun. Had by all. Put that on the calendar. 2 to 5 next week from today. We'll be live at Wendy's there in Glendora on Route 66 on the patio outside. Come by and say hello. Sucking eggs. And this is one of those bummer things that happens from time to time. It's something that we love. He says, hey, we're not doing well. I have to go away. Whatever it is. The good thing is, if you sound the alarm early enough, that those of us who love it can step up to the best of our ability. This happens to deal with LA Taco, now independent journalism outlet, and the James Beard Award winner. It's facing major shakeup right now with the temporary furloughs of its full-time staff starting April 15th, as reported by Eater and Beyond. One of the places I heard it first was from Memo Torres. Memo Torres is a multimedia taco journalist. I enjoy his work on his own social media and then on LA Taco as well. Got their new plant gardening called Y because he's a third generation. Apple Maps LA, Fruit Guide, all iPhones, director of partnerships for the James Award.
We all laugh no matter what our backs do. Like they are
finalists for the Ruben Salazar Award.
Like there's that. I'm trying to think of what the reasons are to not believe, but I can't remember what they are because it doesn't line up with anything. Like we would have had to have gone in space and there'd be no other planet. Just for this story to make sense universally. Like we're at a terrible time in history to say, oh, we don't believe in people from outer space. We can go to outer space. Like it's almost past the trying to make both of those things. And to think that there's our sun is not the biggest sun, right? But it's the biggest sun we ever gonna see, right? So it's the biggest sun, right? But the truth is, no, it's way bigger. Like a thought went into picking this particular sun for this planet, and the position it does much in this. Particulars there, like Kira, to make sure that throughout the time period where you put a stamp and a mark on it. Right. That's why if you were extraterrestrial, let's say you were going to build one building on this planet, it would be computer. Like most people don't even understand that there was a whole outer covering on that thing and gold cap. Like it was a planetary
options like this have alternatives to regular journalism. And
You might be right.
coming from
It makes more sense than the idea that we should push those things in the woods. Got them hundreds of miles out of the mountain, ropes, shoving out.
throughout history. We have not done things like this. And I'm not 150 years from now. All through history. So to be thinking that this particular symbol, oh, you know what we all care about? When he gonna die? We he gonna die. I'm gonna die while I.
Yeah.
Yes,
Focus on
It's also the sheer mass. 3,200,000 stones in the Great Pyramid. That is so much mass.
all of the wonders of the world are truly that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them too. It's wild shit that they're digging out of Turkey. Too. There's that Göbekli Tepe, a place where they found 12,000-year-old structures back at the time they thought people would just use sticks and stones. Hunter-gatherers.
No, because the whole time they were saying that it was there. But understand, these are the things worthy of award. Just
Worthy of war. Yeah.
all throughout history. Like, you know what I mean? That's the only that a rational person can take from Hitler's story is being able
Yo.
to have limited resource.
What up? Hey, it's hard for me to stream UFC for right now. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of my internet or because of the stream itself. We have someone else who's going to be in here pretty soon. Joe will be putting back and he'll have a better version of it. So we're watching Cat Williams and Joe Rogan for the meantime.
That's something you should process. That was required. So,
It was required.
focus on arsenals.
so in like the world of medicine, like certain things before they had a label of being toxic, you just knew don't touch it. Like, you didn't know what it was good for. But those occultists who were the keepers of things that did work, not things that did not work. So, but throughout history, that whole process of thinking anything that could fall into that alchemy conversation was seen as occult based. It meant doing something unnatural. So even like the blacksmith was a part of that world. Because he had an unnatural relationship with elements. They would take this and turn it in.
Right. Forged steel. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I always wondered, like, the hard
All processes that are discussed at these pyramids and all, because they're all processed.
Yeah. I've always wondered if alchemy is trying to regain lost knowledge. Like at one point in time, they did know how to make metals. They did know how to create elements. They did know how to change metals. Whatever they wanted to do.
That's what this whole line was consistent with. But it required money and time and all royalty, all king, all great leaders of the world. This is what you paid for. People that can make things happen. So being able to understand the weather and to then be able to manipulate it in any way possible was valuable over human history. All the way before we get to the seeding of clouds.
Do you think they had the ability to manipulate weather back then? It'd be wild if they did. That's what caused the Sahara Desert to emerge. Because all that shit used to be lush tropical rainforests. Imagine that's humans fucking with cloud seeding. They just ruined it.
Well, that wouldn't explain how that has its own environment. That just says that. You know what I mean? It goes to further back up what I was telling you about how it seems like somebody put thought into every scenario you might be in. So let's say you live in one of them deserts and all you had was cactus. Guess what? You can take that cactus and make tequila too. True. Every part of the process, like
People figure something out.
not people figure something out. Something is there to be figured out.
That's what the indigenous people say about ayahuasca. They said the plants told them how to make it. The mushrooms told them how to make it.
As a person that loves nature, you know that most of your experience in nature is based upon how other things react. You know what I mean? So you don't know that this is poisonous next time for the fact that it doesn't look like anything's eating whatever's on here. It looks like everything's avoiding it.
Many ways that we can all
Like,
raise awareness around nature.
these are real things. That requires creation as well. The whole consequence thing and the fact that this animal is able to live with this thing is going to be doing damage.
So let me ask you this, because the end conclusion of that. If creation is real, God is real, God created us.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's be specific. Creation of what? I just told you about my ducks and her eggs. That creation is real for sure.
For sure. I'm not.
And life is no doubt.
Yeah. What I mean is that God created everything, and that there really is a reason for all of it. What is the reason for us? Like if God really did make all these things synchronized together, put us here.
First of all, I'm grateful if you're not. I'm very grateful. What an experience.
Amazing time, right?
And if you take time and space out of things, right? Like the people that sold me Call of Duty, right? Gave me a great experience that I've been enjoying for years and years and years. And the person that I am on that platform is the person that I would like to be on. An experience has been delivered. It would be like saying, what was the thinking on somebody making an amusement park? To amuse people so that they could have a full experience and be able to enjoy it. You know that because things happen like the humor thing that I was telling you about, and health. Now, how important good health is over the opposite of that, and how everything works without you needing to micromanage it. Your heart doesn't require you to count in beats, and what's the percentage of brains that are working perfectly versus the ones that are not. Like all of the processes needed to run are just too well done to be thrown away. Like it's not important, because if you learn about it, you'll learn about the whole working of the universe, and it's like that in too many different places for us to ignore the fact that we get a chance to have that experience while at the same time looking at a dog and understanding that our life is 1 billion times
is a wonderful experience, and we seem to have by far the most unique one on the planet. We seem very different than everything else. Very different. I know we're a part of it, yeah, purpose. That's why I was born. So, what are we here for? What is the purpose? Is it just to enjoy and be grateful, which is great? Like one of the things that terrifies people. It's a very interesting concept that terrifies people. People are terrified of living the same life over and over and over again. If you tell people that the journey of your soul is that you will live your life over and over again until you get it. One day you'll get it right. In one lifetime you'll achieve it. You're going to go through the same lifetime over and over and over again until you get it right. People are terrified of that. But I say,
Right, but that will require a creator, though.
sure it would, but what I'm saying is, why would you be terrified of that? Are you not terrified to exist right now? Why are you terrified of existing right now forever? I don't find that terrifying. If you enjoy now. If you enjoy now is great.
And whenever you die, so I know and have known in my life that I'm going to live forever.
Go ahead, Pimp.
Saying this video and some secret history of the Illuminati.
You got it, baby.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend.
Acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time, I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Dr. Scheinberg leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
This episode of the Why Files is brought now for your free consultation. Brought to you by Audible. 7 million years ago, a chimpanzee stood up on its hind legs, and a new species of hominid emerged. Over the next few million years, hominids evolved. They were still ape-like in appearance, but these were not apes. Their brains grew larger. They created stone tools and hunted large game. They discovered fire and learned to follow the migration patterns of the animals they used for food, clothing, and shelter. It took a few million years for hominids to discover how to make a stone spearhead. 2 million years later, that stone spearhead changed into a different shaped spearhead. 1,000 years ago, Homo sapiens appeared. Once they destroyed, technology accelerated. It only took 30,000 years to go from Göbekli Tepe to landing probes on other planets. How could mankind evolve so fast? The answer is they couldn't. Mankind didn't evolve at all. Mankind was engineered, purpose-built to be the perfect slaves for a race of far superior beings who, according to ancient texts, descended from the heavens. Eventually, the slaves rebelled, and our masters tried to destroy us in a great flood. Sumerian texts, Egyptian religions, ancient Indian myths, Native American legends, even the Bible, they all tell the same story. It's the story of gods and men. It's the story of the Anunnaki.
We don't do that. We patch it up. Back to
Change your plans. Change your plans.
these things. And as we get into the topic again, what's going on in LA and Congo, this is a an alternative outlet, if you will. That means it's not backed by big companies.
As you know, for the past week, we've been covering this horrendous kidnapping.
Joining us today to discuss the situation
Behind me is a recent photograph of it. And this is what waits for the man who took it. This is your ransom. $2 million in unmarked bills, just like you wanted. But this is only half. Instead, I will double it to $4 million for you to keep it. You son of a... But this is your last chance. You keep Hecklefish and the $4 million is yours. Understand? You will keep all of this money. With that blather and lewd fish out of my house, this is my only opportunity to finish the Hell for Ransom audiobook. With Audible, the thriller you're listening to comes to life so vividly through audio, it's almost like it's happening in real life. It is happening! Get me out of here! There's nothing like getting caught up in a mystery thriller, and listening to it on Audible only enhances that experience. They have a must-hear collection of the latest and greatest the genre has to offer. With the Audible app, it makes it even easier to listen, no matter where you are. Even blindfolded in an unfamiliar bedroom waiting for the ransom to come true. Audible is the destination for storytelling. New members can get a free trial accessing a growing selection of audiobooks, Audible originals, and podcasts. To start your Audible trial, visit audible.com/wifiles or text code wifiles 500 500. That's it. I'm done. Am I really not getting out of here? Hello? Are you there? I hear you. I hear people. Mesopotamia is called the cradle of civilization. Long before the pyramids soared above Egypt, and ages before Stonehenge was built, the ancient civilization of Sumer thrived. Sure, we have sites like Göbekli Tepe and Göbekli Tarla, which predate the Sumerians, but those are small gathering places compared to the vast civilization of Sumer, the world's first empire. The Sumerians invented writing. They discovered the wheel. The sailboat was first created by the Sumerians. They revolutionized agriculture by inventing the first plow, to be used on farms, and by a sophisticated irrigation system. Again, the world's first. Though the Greeks get credit for inventing city-states, that too was a Sumerian concept. Sumer was organized into city-states, each governed independently with its own ruler. These rulers report to the king according to the Code of Onam, the world's first legal system. Sumerians understood complicated mathematics and astronomy. Their number systems used to tell time and measure the angles of a circle are still used today. Sumer was founded about 7,000 years ago, and you probably know everything I've said so far. This is common knowledge. What's also common knowledge is that Homo sapiens, or modern man, appeared about 300,000 years ago. Look at how much our technology has evolved since the Sumerians. It took only 7,000 years to go from discovering writing to landing a man on the moon. To landing something on the moon. So what took so long? Why the sudden explosion of technology? What was modern man doing for the 225,000 years or so before ancient Sumer? Why did technology not progress? Ancient Sumerian tell us why. Sumerian texts, technology couldn't progress because humans were busy working mines. Working down a coal mine, going down, working down a coal mine. I gotta slip down. Oh, they weren't mining for coal. They were mining for gold. Gold is a miraculous metal. It's an excellent conductor, highly useful in electronics, and crucial to space travel. Radioactive gold isotopes can target and destroy cancer cells. Gold can also be used for data processing and transmission. Before the 20th century, humans had no practical use for gold. It's nice to look at, but they couldn't use it for anything. Have you ever wondered why a metal, useless to ancient humans, suddenly and only very recently became the most valuable metal in the world? Gold has other uses. Gold's nanoparticles can clean the environment. Gold facilitates chemical reactions that purify water and air by leaching away toxic compounds. That's where the sky gods of Sumer come in. The Anunnaki. Why are you saying it like that? Anunnaki. It's been your jingle like that. Wait, promise. I'm loving it. Anunnaki. Hey, you think it was me? No, that's just a rip-off of Hallelujah.
more than the most valuable metal in the world. It was the most valuable metal in the solar system. The Anunnaki weren't gods. They were aliens from another planet. They needed gold to save their world from an environmental disaster, but gold was rare on the planet. They found a solution. About 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth with humans, but to use the Anunnaki knew this, and they wanted every ounce of it. So they bred us as a slave race to work the mines. The planet of the Anunnaki, hiding in the far reaches of our solar massive. The whole world of the Anunnaki has been called the 12th planet by Zechariah Sitchin. NASA calls it Planet 9. Others call it Planet X. The Sumerians and the Anunnaki called their planet Nibiru. And the fates of Nibiru and Earth were about to be joined together forever. Anu stood on his balcony and laughed to himself. His laugh wasn't about anything funny. It was a sarcastic one. Anu wasn't his given name. Anu was his title, given to all leaders of his people, the Anunnaki. Please, no catchy jingles when I'm doing dramatic science fiction.
Sorry. Go ahead, Philip K.
50,000 years ago, when Anu was young and ambitious, he fought former King Alalu for the throne and won. The council elected him to see Nibiru through the crisis. But during his time as industry on Nibiru was highly controlled. Factories polluted the air. There was no way to avoid it. But they had technology to control it. Skyscraper-sized air recyclers dotted the landscape around every urban area. However, a series of volcanic eruptions caught the Anunnaki by surprise. Ancient volcanoes spewed ash and toxic gas into the air, overwhelming the recyclers with mountain-sized pyroclastic flows. Within weeks, recyclers began to fail. Within months, the atmosphere began breaking down. Nibiru's ozone layer was thin in most places and completely gone in others. The sky above Nibiru was a sickly yellow, and the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Twin moons once shined brightly. Now they were barely visible through the haze. Stars that had once filled the night sky could no longer be seen. Anunnaki lived for 200,000 years. This long lifespan, once considered a gift, was now a curse. The Anunnaki remembered a night sky filled with stars, but the young ones had never seen a star. The last brightest star disappeared behind the gloom years ago. In the cities of Nibiru, the towering spires of ancient buildings loomed over empty streets. The grand avenues, once lined with breathtaking sculptures and shimmering fountains, now seemed to taunt the Anunnaki, a painful reminder of an age of prosperity now long in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren and decayed, a casualty of the failing ecosystem. Anu and the Anunnaki people knew that their planet was dying and that they were running out of time. Anu had the greatest minds in the world working upon this problem, but the outlook was grim. Then Anu's son Enlil burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet." In the halls of learning, the greatest minds of Nibiru worked tirelessly to find a solution. They pored over ancient texts and conducted countless experiments, searching for a way to halt the decay of their world. And then, in a moment of desperation and brilliance, Anunnaki scientists discovered the answer: gold. The precious metal, rare on Nibiru, held the key to their salvation. When suspended in the atmosphere, microscopic gold reflects and absorbs the harmful radiation of the sun in space. It was the one chance to stabilize their atmosphere. It was a long shot that would take years, but it was their only hope. The Anunnaki mobilized all their resources and devised a plan. They sent expeditions to the far reaches of the solar system, searching for planets rich in gold. They would mine the gold, bring it back back to their planet and release it into the atmosphere in a desperate attempt to save their world. For years, probes went out and probes found nothing. Probes traveled the inner solar system and found nothing but useless volcanic rock and toxic gas. But today, there was a glimmer of hope. One of the probes reported not just the presence of gold, but of many more life-saving resources. All the elders were present at the council meeting. Enki, Inanna, and Hersog and Utu. But it was Anu's son and Leo who spoke first.
Data from one of our probes has come in. There is a planet very close to the yellow star, rich in gold. It also has liquid water in abundance. Its atmosphere is thin than ours, has a strong magnetic field that shields it from the radiation killing our planet. It's the third planet from the star.
Anu knew of this planet. They called it Kai, but would later become known as Earth. Earth revolved around the sun very quickly. Nibiru was also in orbit around the star, but it took 3,600 Earth years to complete one revolution. Anu thought Earth sounded perfect. The journey would be dangerous, but times were desperate. Soon Nibiru would be making a close approach to Earth. The timing was perfect. He urged them to depart immediately, but Enlil had more to say.
But Earth is teeming with life, including intelligent creatures, though still early in their development. These creatures are bipedal like us, but smaller than us, perhaps half our height.
The creatures Enlil spoke of were under 6 feet tall. Anunnaki were between 12 and 15 feet tall. This is because Nibiru's gravity wasn't as strong as Earth's. This was just math. More gravity means smaller life forms. Low gravity allows plants and animals to grow very tall. Aside from their small size, the Earth creatures were similar in appearance to the Anunnaki in other ways. The Anunnaki had larger eyes and larger skulls than the Earth beings, but the Earth beings had 2 arms, 2 legs, eyes, nose, mouth, just like the Anunnaki. Anu sensed concern in Enlil's voice.
Do these Earth creatures pose a threat to us in our project? They are primitive but violent. Some eat animal flesh, if you can imagine. They have no interest in gold, but they may perceive us as a threat. They have no technology beyond wood and stone. Still, in numbers, they could be dangerous. That's what the Ajiji are for.
The Ajiji were a race of slaves who served the Anunnaki in all things, from operating the factories to maintaining order. They were an intelligent and obedient workforce, and they could surely handle primitive creatures half their size. The council convened, the decision was made, and 300 Anunnaki and 600 Ajiji were loaded onto great ships. It was time to make the journey somewhere. It was time to make the journey to Earth. After a brief stop on Mars, the Anunnaki fleet arrived in Earth's orbit. The crew was stunned. The planet was a vibrant blue and green with swirling white clouds. Vast swimming oceans seemed to go on forever. The planet was full of life in the sky, on land, and the sea below. The Anunnaki marveled at Earth's beauty, but also felt sadness. Their home planet Nibiru was dying, and its people were suffering. But that sadness renewed their resolve. They were here for a purpose: mine all the gold needed to heal their atmosphere. A few ships remained in orbit, while others scouted the planet for a suitable landing site. Eventually, they settled on the lush green plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris River. Later, this area would become known as Mesopotamia, the Greek word for between 2 rivers. The ships landed, and the Ajiji were put to work. The Ajiji were a race of aliens that the Anunnaki conquered long ago. After the Ajiji were defeated, they were enslaved. They've served the Anunnaki ever since. The Ajiji look similar to the Anunnaki, who look similar to modern humans. I'm getting there. The Ajiji were between 12 and 15 feet tall and extremely strong. Where humans have somewhat round skulls, the Anunnaki and the Ajiji, to some degree, had very large and often elongated skulls. These elongated heads have been depicted many times in ancient carvings and frescoes. The Ajiji were given only 7 days to build the great city of Eridu, to be ruled by Anu's son, Enki. The Anunnaki were cruel and brutal to the Ajiji.
The The gods' load was great, the toil grievous, the trouble excessive. The great Anunnaki of the Seven were making the Ajiji undertake the toil.
The city was completed on time. Then the Ajiji dug mines and began mining gold. They mined gold day after day, year after year, for 150,000 years. The Ajiji extracted gold by the ton, and ships began making round trips between Earth and Nibiru. Enki, ruling in his father Anu's name, was thrilled. He demanded more output. The slave masters used weapons like particle beams to force the Ajiji to work harder and faster. Enki didn't want to abuse the workforce this way, but felt he had no choice. The atmosphere on Nibiru was all but stripped away. He wasn't sure the gold would get back home in time. Then, against his better judgment, Enki demanded even more output from the mines. The slave masters were told to use any means necessary to get this done, including torture. Soon, whispers of dissent circulated among the Ajiji. Then the whispers became shouts. No longer would the Ajiji allow themselves to be tortured. And no longer would the mines. Atrahasis, a famous leader of the Ajiji, made the decision to rebel.
For too long have we languished under the yoke of the Anunnaki. We were born of the stars, yet condemned to the dark. It is time we seek the light. Now, proclaim war. Let us combine hostilities and battle.
The rebellion was swift. The Ajiji were intelligent and strong. They turned their tools into weapons, broke their chains, and fought the Anunnaki for their freedom. The city of Eridu became a battlefield, and gold mines collapsed from the uprising. The Ajiji fought bravely, but they failed, and were put back in chains. Enki's brother Enlil had been overseeing the mining operations. He was furious. He wanted the Ajiji killed for treason, but Enki felt differently. The Anunnaki and the Ajiji had thousands of years of shared history.
Shall we meet defiance with tyranny, or can we forge a new destiny together?
The Ajiji could not return to the mines, and Enki knew this. They would continue to rebel. But someone had to work the mines and do all labor a large city requires. So Enki had an idea. In the forests were ape-like hominids. They had large brains, walked on two legs, and could use simple tools. They weren't intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed. But maybe they could become intelligent with just a little genetic engineering. There were groups of hominids living in the forest around the Anunnaki cities. These were our ancestors. They were either Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus. Stop it. The Anunnaki took one of the hominid males and attempted to cross his genetics with the Anunnaki. Enki wanted to create a creature that would be intelligent like the Ajiji, but not too intelligent. They would be strong, but much smaller than the Ajiji. They would be engineered to be submissive and much easier to control. The first experiments were done in a lab, and the results were horrific. Instead of creating a perfect being, the genetic experiments created monsters. Gorgons, Cyclops, Banshees, and two-headed giants. These monsters still live on in ancient stories. The Anunnaki changed their approach. They genetically spliced their DNA with that of a hominid female. Then, rather than grow the embryo in a lab, they implanted it in the female. It worked. Less than a year later, a child was born, a boy. He looked more like the Anunnaki than the ape-like creatures roaming the forest. The named child, Adamu.
Adamu, like Adam from Adam and Eve?
Yep. Adamu means first man. In Hebrew, the word also means from the ground or earth. In Genesis, God made Adam in his own image from the dust of the ground. In ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, the creation of man is described the same way. Man is created in the image of the god or gods by mixing the blood of a god with the clay of the earth. Ancient Egyptians had a story of man being created by mixing a tear of a god with the clay of the earth. Blood, or even a tear, would contain DNA. And clay in ancient writings doesn't mean actual clay, it refers to all life on earth. Every culture and religion has some variation of this story.
Not a coincidence.
Probably not. And there is that gap in history where hominids go from very simple primates to a very intelligent, advanced race. We're far more intelligent than any of the species before us. You'd think there'd be a slow and steady evolution of intelligence, but we don't see it. It's as if humans suddenly appeared. Dr. Ellis Silver wrote a book about this jump in evolution in his book, Humans Are Not From Earth. His theory says that humans were brought here by aliens. And whether brought here or created here, the theory says humans were genetically engineered using alien DNA. Dr. Silver claims that humans are not well suited to Earth's environment, while every other animal is. Why do we lose our fur? Human skin is very sensitive to sunlight and UV radiation. If we spend too much time in the sun, it leads to serious diseases, especially skin cancer. No other animals get sunburned. Mammals have fur or thick skin. Fish scales, even birds' feathers, all offer protection from the sun. Sure, pigs, elephants, and even reptiles can get burned, but they protect themselves by rolling around in mud or changing their skin. Now we have sunblock. What did humans do to protect their skin 100,000 years ago? Also, humans are more susceptible to illness, disease, and birth disorders than other animals. I have 2 cats. I've had cats for years. I can't remember them ever getting sick. Buddy eventually got sick, but then he died. For 14 years, he never had so much as a cold. Now, I know cats, dogs, and animals do get sick, but not at the rate humans do. Dr. Silver mentions that humans tend to crave food that's bad for us. Salt, sugar, fat, carbs. We're surrounded by vegetables, nuts, and fruit, but most people would rather have a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I know I would. Back pain is another reason Dr. Silver thinks humans are not from Earth. He claims we're not designed for Earth's gravity. It's too heavy. He believes we evolved on a planet with lower gravity.
Like the Nibiru.
Right. The Anunnaki were very human-like, but they were about twice our height, 12 to 15 feet tall. This would indicate we evolved on a planet with lower gravity than Earth. He presents a very compelling case backed up by science. I link to his book below. It's believed that Homo sapiens first emerged about 300,000 years ago. This is exactly the time of the Ajiji rebellion. So back to the first man, Adam. The Anunnaki also created a female, Heva, so they could
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing is good for me. Continue.
The Anunnaki needed humans to procreate on their own, and they did, often. The Anunnaki guided this new race for a few hundred years. The population grew to thousands. The Anunnaki taught the new humans all the skills they needed to maintain the city, build homes, plant and harvest crops. But most importantly, the Anunnaki gave humans the skills to mine gold. The Anunnaki were so pleased with their creation that they allowed humans to visit their sacred garden, Eden.
So Adam and Eva didn't got to be there.
According to ancient Sumerian writing, yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, there is a lot of the Anunnaki story in every major religion in the world. But now we run into a problem. Humans didn't look like apes at all. They looked pretty much like Anunnaki, just smaller. And human women were beautiful.
That always means trouble.
One of these women caught the eye of Enki, the Anunnaki ruler of the city area.
Yeah, there it is. Hey, Enki, her eyes are up here.
But relationships between Anunnaki, Ajiji, and humans were strictly forbidden.
Don't sleep with the help.
Oh, come on, that's rude.
I'm serious. You get in trouble when you party with your employees. Just ask Donald and Affleck.
So Enki broke the law and had a relationship with a human woman. From this relationship, a child was born, a boy named Adapa. Until now, humans were very simple, docile beings, intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but not intelligent enough to complain about it. The birth of Adapa changed everything. He was part human, part Anunnaki. He was extremely intelligent. He married a woman named Atiti.
Atiti?
Atiti.
What did I say?
From the family of Adapa began a new line of highly intelligent humans, and they started asking questions. They inherited the Anunnaki's desire for gold and for power. But there was a bigger problem.
Another trait emerged in this new line of intelligent humans, a trait that would shape the future of our entire species. That new trait was violence. In just a few years, the first generation's submissive humans were gone. Some were murdered, but most just died out. The new humans had no interest in mating with them, but they still were interested in mating.
Get up. Let's make that tonight.
Against the orders of the Anunnaki, these new, intelligent, violent humans procreated a lot.
Wake up, because you do it right.
Soon the city of Eridu was overrun. It could no longer sustain the human population. People were killing each other for food. The violence was out of control. And Leal was especially annoyed by the constant disturbance of humans. He decided to lessen the population by sending a series of plagues, first drought, then pestilence, and then famine. After each of these plagues, the humans appealed to the god who made them, Enki. He helped ease their suffering and return the earth to its natural state. By now, the Anunnaki had enough gold to heal their planet, and the humans had become a nuisance. The Anunnaki cast them out of Eden and out of Eridu, and from there the human race spread around the world. But not all humans left. Some stayed and had relationships with several Anunnaki. The children born of these relationships were extremely powerful demigods. Legendary figures like Gilgamesh, Samson, Hercules, and Perseus were the offspring of Anunnaki human unions. But some humans had relationships with the Igigi. These unions did not produce heroes. They produced monsters. These offspring were a race of giants called the Nephilim. They were cruel and brutal. They tormented and tortured humans, and in many cases, they ate them.
Nephilim episode, link below.
Meanwhile, mankind flourished. Human settlements became cities, and cities became empires. Humans conquered all four corners of the earth. It was a prosperous, if not decadent time. But the human race didn't know their world was about to change drastically. It first appeared in the night sky like any other star, but as the weeks passed, the object grew brighter and larger. Humans were confused and growing concerned. They had no idea what this object was, but the Anunnaki did. It was their home. Nibiru takes 3,600 years to orbit the sun, but its orbit is highly elliptical, so Nibiru travels way beyond Pluto, nearly to the Kuiper Belt, then swings all the way back through the inner solar system. During this time, it comes very close to the Earth, so the Anunnaki started packing. They had enough gold to heal their atmosphere. There was no reason to stay on Earth anymore. Besides, when Nibiru got close to the Earth, they did not want to be on the surface.
Yeah, this sounds ominous.
Oh yeah, it's going to be bad.
How bad?
Well, imagine every disaster movie you've ever seen rolled into one cataclysmic event.
Yeah, okay, that's bad.
It's actually way worse.
Yeah. But what about the humans?
Oh, after Nibiru passes by the Earth, there won't be any humans left.
Oh, no.
The farmer was startled awake. The sun was just rising over the mountains in the east. The animals always got restless at sunrise, eagerly awaiting their breakfast. But the animals were more than restless. They were going crazy. His wife groaned and rolled over as he launched himself out of bed. When he got to his barn, the farmer was shocked. His horses were literally screaming to get out of their stalls. One broke its neck trying to break free. His sheep were running in unison like a flock of birds, making a large circle within the pen. Occasionally one would break off and throw itself against the stone corral. A few injured sheep limped around the perimeter. At least two were dead. It was madness. The farmer didn't know what caused the sudden alarm, but he was sure it had something to do with the object in the sky. His village first noticed it months ago when a new light appeared in the night sky. It looked like a star, as the sky gods call it. But the sky gods were gone now. After the new star appeared, they boarded great chariots that took them to the heavens. His people were on their own now. The object no longer looked like a star. It It was almost the size of the moon. And like the moon, the farmer could see features on the great disk. Clouds were visible. He could see mountains and oceans. But unlike the moon, the object was visible during the day, constant and oppressive. He knew it was getting larger. He knew it was getting larger, or was it getting closer? It was difficult to tell. The farmer jumped when a flock of birds suddenly and loudly took flight. He scanned the forest and horizon beyond, and it seemed like every bird in the world had taken to the air. But there were no songs being sung. The birds were screeching. Then he felt it, a vibration. At first he thought it was his body trembling, but then realized the ground beneath his feet was trembling. The farmer felt the sound before he heard it, a hum so deep it was barely there, but the sound caused a wave of sickness to wash over him. He dropped to his knees to vomit when the world started tearing itself apart. He had experienced earthquakes before, some very powerful and frightening. Nothing compared to this. The ground shook and rolled like a boated sea. Over his shoulder, he saw the barn crumble. He wondered how many of his horses were killed. He hoped his favorite horse survived. He wanted to run over and save what animals he could, but the tremor would not allow him to stand. Then his house collapsed. The farmer vomited, knowing his wife again. No, wife and 3 children were still sleeping there. He hoped they slept through their death. They didn't. He heard his wife screaming from the rubble. He heard the wail of an infant. Then he heard himself screaming. But those sounds were suddenly overwhelmed by a great rumble as the ground lurched forward. The stone corral tumbled. Animals were knocked off their feet. Deafening thunder came next, but louder than any thunder he'd ever heard. The farmer covered his ears, but it was no help. What he couldn't hear or he could feel. He looked to the west. There was the grassy hill with a large olive tree. As far as he knew, the tree had been there forever. The graves of his parents and their parents were in the shade of that tree. He thought his grave might be there soon. Then from over that ridge, he saw what seemed to be mountains of fire. Flaming stones as big as houses were launched into the sky, through the clouds, and into the heavens. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe. Dark smoke billowed from something in that direction. Before he knew it, the blue sky had turned black. The morning sun had disappeared. But at least he didn't have to look at the great disk anymore. He finally got to his feet and staggered toward his house. All he could hear was the growl of the earth. But he knew his wife was still alive. If he could just get to her, maybe he could. Then a hot coal landed beside him. The kind he'd seen in ovens at the market. It was bright red and aflame. Then another coal landed nearby, this one a bit larger. They hissed as they burned in the tall grass. He then realized the rocks of fire that were launched into the heavens were coming home. Soon stones made a fire were crashing all around him, and they were getting bigger. The barn disappeared in a hail of fire. On the ground, he saw the shadows. The stones were definitely getting larger, and they were bigger than houses, much bigger. The farmer stopped when one of the large shadows found him. He knew what was next. He said a prayer as the faint shadow in the grass grew larger and darker. He heard an approaching scream as the shadow spilled across his entire farm. Then everything went black. The fisherman was working frantically. The great disk in the sky was shaking the earth, and buildings were crumbling as if made of sand. He lashed ropes around a wooden pike to hold his boat in place. The waves were growing bigger, and his boat was thrashing violently. He hoped his knot would hold. Occasionally, a brick made of fire would drop from the sky and land in the water with an angry hiss. The fisherman was more confused than frightened. The morning was clear and peaceful, and the fish were biting. He was going to make a fortune at the market, but the storm had cut his trip short. Now a blanket of darkness covered the earth, and the wind was howling. Soon the winds howled, and all became warm, and rain thrashed so violently that the drops left painful welts in his skin. The earth had been shaking for hours, or was it just minutes? He couldn't tell. When the small houses in the village fell, countless lives were lost, but there were some survivors. They were making their way to the caves nearby. The tremors made it slow going, but the fisherman was sure they'd make it. A gust of wind felt like a shove that knocked the fisherman off his feet. But the shove continued and continued. The wind was so strong, the man was pinned to the ground, face painfully pushing into the sand. Any houses that survived the quake would not survive the scale. They being pelted with sand and debris, and boats that weren't tied down sailed through the air, exploding into splinters when they landed. He once again hoped that knock would hold. He managed to get to his feet as soil and dust whirled around him. He couldn't see more than 2 paces in any direction. Unsure where to go, he followed the sound of a child crying. But that child sounded so far, far away. Then, as if the sky gods had commanded it, the wind and rain stopped. Debris fell to the ground as if dropped by the god's hands. The earth stopped trembling, though he could still feel a rumble somewhere down deep. It could be the sound of hell itself. He saw a few stragglers wearing heavy packs on their way to the caves. Behind him, he heard a familiar sound, the sound of a river. But there were no rivers near the village. He turned around and saw that the sea had all but disappeared. Water was rushing away at a ferocious speed. But to where? Soon the ocean was a field of mud that stretched to the horizon. His boat dangled from a wooden pike, the knot held. Thousands of fish wriggled and flopped in the wet sand where the ocean used to be. He thought this would be the greatest feast the birds would ever see. Then he realized there were no birds, not a single one. With the water gone, the only sound was that of fish flipping over and over again, slowly drowning in the air. The fisherman's eyes continued to the horizon. He saw a great white cloud stretch from one end of the world to the other. He stood silently in awe. Then he realized it wasn't a cloud, it was a mountain, and it was growing. But how could it be a mountain? It was a mountain of water, a wave, the biggest wave he'd ever seen, the biggest wave anyone had ever seen. As it approached, its crest pierced the clouds, taller than any mountain, higher than any bird could fly, bigger than anything the fisherman had ever seen. His father had taught him how to steady his boat when a big wave hits, but his father never mentioned a wave that touched the heavens. Soon, what little light seen through the gloom was snuffed out by the shadow of the wall of water. The wave rushed ahead at great speed. The man thought that not even the finest and fastest horse could outrun it. Within seconds, the wall of water was all he could see. It was coming. The man sighed and settled his breath. He'd been born by the sea, and he would die by the sea. This would be a good death. He closed his eyes, opened his arms wide, and smiled. In orbit, the Anunnaki watched the continents of the Earth sink beneath the ocean. Tiny islands, once the peaks of great mountains, appeared here and there, but there were too few for anyone to survive, for anything to survive. They knew the Great Flood was coming. Nibiru passes by the Earth every 3,600 years, but the distance varies. Sometimes Nibiru stays far outside the moon's orbit, and the effects on Earth are small. But sometimes, like this visit, Nibiru soared between the Earth and the moon at 40,000 miles per hour. The Anunnaki knew the Earth would be devastated. In the months prior, there was a lot of debate among the elder Anunnaki. At first, they decided to let humanity perish, and they said humans served their purpose, and now we're nothing but a nuisance. A great flood was just what the Earth needed, a fresh start. But Enki had grown to love humans. Remember, he married a human woman. Enki offered Enlil and the other Anunnaki a compromise. The flood would come as planned, but one man and his family would be spared. Utnapishtim, a wise and good man. He and his wife and family would build a large boat.
An ark.
Yes, and on that boat, they would take the seeds of all living creatures. When the flood came, all life on Earth was destroyed. But Utnapishtim, his family, and the contents of his boat survived. Every day, Utnapishtim released birds to find land. One day, a raven did not return. He sailed in that direction. After a few days, the boat came to rest on an island that, as the waters receded, became a mountaintop. And now life, including humanity, would start again.
That's the story of Noah's Ark.
It is. But this version is from the Epic of Gilgamesh, written at least 3,000 years earlier. And the story is probably much older than that. Every culture and religion on Earth has a flood myth, which are all very similar to the Sumerian flood myth. Some cultures tell the identical story just with different names. So mankind is reborn. But this time, the Anunnaki put in some safeguards. They shortened the human lifespan. They made us more susceptible to illness. They made childbirth dangerous for both mother and child. They would not let the human population get out of control.
Bill Gates to the World Economic Forum would be proud.
They would.
You don't live in a pie and eat bugs, you know.
I am not eating bugs.
And worms are pretty good.
I like to.
Your jive cuts me, sir. It cuts me to the quick.
Soon, new settlements and villages emerged, but all of humanity's previous knowledge was lost to the sea. They were back to the Stone Age. Enki and even Enlil were impressed by the resilience of man and decided to visit the settlements. The Anunnaki descended from the heavens and rose from the seas to give people the gift of civilization. Humans are taught to be in writing, mathematics, astronomy, and even engineering. They're taught how to build great cities. Some believe the Anunnaki helped them build huge structures like pyramids and obelisks found in Egypt and South America. And those pyramids and obelisks were built for a specific purpose, by the way. Tesla might have figured it out, but that's another story.
Tesla pyramid link below.
The last time Nibiru passed by Earth was about 700 years ago. That time happens to coincide with the emergence of the Sumerian civilization, the first civilization on Earth. Or was it? Nibiru passes by Earth every 3,600 years. Sometimes Nibiru comes so close to the Earth and the planet is wiped clean. About 13,000 years ago, the end of the Younger Ice was the time of the Great Flood. This coincides with the time when Nibiru would be passing by. Some believe a meteor impact caused the flood. Others believe it was a major solar event. But what if it was Nibiru that caused the ice sheets to melt and flood the Earth? What if that's the exact story that we've heard today? The earliest Great Flood myth comes from ancient Sumer, about 7,000 years ago. However, tablets of Sumerian writing still exist. Writing that fills books upon books. The Sumerians wrote down everything. They said the Great Flood story, which was told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, happened many years earlier. The dates broke out. And the Sumerians were right. There was a civilization on Earth before the flood, as many researchers like Graham Hancock claim. Now, that previous civilization didn't have advanced technology, but they certainly witnessed it. Carvings and texts from ancient Sumer, India, China, Japan, Egypt, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, they all tell the same story. Gods who rode chariots in the sky, gods who created mankind, gods who destroyed the earth with the flood, and gods who helped us rebuild it. Nibiru is due to return around the year 2900. Now maybe it will be a gentle transit, and humanity will continue to evolve and innovate. Maybe by then we'll have learned a way to communicate with the ancient sky gods. Or maybe Nibiru's next visit will be a violent one, bringing with it another cataclysm that wipes the earth clean. So does that mean all of humanity is destroyed and we have to start again? I don't think so. Technology is going to keep moving forward. By the time the year 2900 arrives, I'm sure we'll be building outposts on the moon, Mars, Europa, Enceladus. We'll be mining asteroids and stopping at Europa to refuel and refill our water tanks. Humanity will be a spacefaring species. And like we've conquered every corner of the Earth, I believe with a little luck and a lot of cooperation, we can conquer every corner of our solar system. Nibiru may destroy the Earth in the year 2900, but that's okay, because by then, we'll be the sky gods. human race as a slave species to mine that gold. Eventually, humans grew too intelligent, greedy, arrogant, and violent. Then they were wiped out in a global flood when Nibiru passed close to the Earth. This story is one of my all-time favorites, and it is a classic. The Ancient Aliens television series is built around this story. But is it true?
Ancient theorists say yes.
I know they do. Almost all the Anunnaki ancient alien story comes from a work of Zechariah Sitchin. His book, The 12th Planet, explained how the story is written word for word in ancient Sumerian texts. His first book was such a hit that he wrote a whole series about ancient aliens and their time here on Earth. Sitchin spent over 20 years studying Sumerian tablets and teaching himself ancient languages. He translated thousands of texts, and a legend was born. So, who was Zechariah Sitchin? A Sumerologist? An archaeologist? A philologist?
What in the name of Anu is a philologist?
A philologist studies languages that are no longer spoken, like Latin, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, Sumerian, and many others. So, philologist, archaeologist, Sumerologist. Sitchin was none of these. He claimed to have an economics degree from the University of London, though that's never been confirmed. While he was working for a shipping company in New York, he taught himself of Sumerian cuneiform. He then visited some ancient sites and started to piece together the ancient astronaut theory. Now, I'm a huge fan of Zechariah Sitchin. I've read all of his books many times, and they're brilliant. But he was wrong about just about everything.
Oh, no.
His translations of Sumerian writing are more interpretations than actual translations. He even gets the meaning of the word Anunnaki wrong.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, the term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
Yeah, that's wrong. The Ancient Aliens TV show uses Zechariah Sitchin's translation, not the real translation. Anunnaki actually means royal blood or royal seed. Anu was the king of the gods, and his consort was named Ki. The Anunnaki were descended from Anu and Ki. They became the gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Sitchin's book was released in 1976. There was no internet. There were no databases of ancient writing and cuneiform, but now there is. Because we now know so much about how the Sumerians spoke and wrote, we also know that Zechariah Sitchin wasn't a very good translator. He got even basic words and grammar wrong. In fact, the title, The 12th Planet, refers to the image on the Sumerian cylinder seal VA-243. On the seal, the sun is surrounded by 12 objects that appear to be planets. Sitchin claims that the Sumerians knew of all the planets in the solar system, plus Nibiru and a few other objects. Now, the truth is, the Sumerians did know about planets, but they didn't know of any beyond Saturn. They didn't have telescopes. And Saturn was all that they could see with the naked eye.
Maybe the Anunnaki told them.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Other things Sitchin got wrong. Not a single Sumerian mentions a flying vehicle. Yes, we read about them in other cultures. Ancient Indians wrote extensively about Vimana, giant vessels that could soar above the clouds. And in researching this episode, I learned all kinds of interesting things about Vimana that I didn't know. And if you want a full video on that, let me know. It would be a good one. Back to Sitchin. The Sumerians wrote about gold a few times, but not that much. And there's nothing in the text about mining gold to fill the atmosphere on Nibiru. By the way, Nibiru means crossing. Sitchin interpreted this to mean it was a planet that crossed the Earth's orbit every 3,600 years, but that's not what Nibiru was. The crossing was often associated with a solstice. It could refer to an object in the sky that indicated a solstice, or it could mean the sun or possibly a star crossing a certain way during a solstice. Sitchin took this idea and ran with it. He interpreted Nibiru to be a planet, but it wasn't. I'm not sure how he came up with a 3,600-year orbit, but if a huge object roared past the Earth every 3,600 years, you'd think there'd be plenty of documentation.
Maybe he was lost in the flood.
Well, now the flood is interesting. Every culture and religion has a flood myth. I think the count is up to 140 and maybe more. And they're all very, very similar stories. Frequently, 8 people are saved, as in the stories of Noah, Utnapishtim, and many others. It's been said that all the flood myths were copied from the others, and that the flood in the Bible is derived from the Epic of Gilgamesh. But when the ancient Sumerians wrote about the flood, even to them, this was an event that happened in their ancient history.
You got this right.
It could be. I think it probably was. I think all these myths were referring to the same great flood, and they didn't copy each other. I think they all arose independently. The ancient Chinese, Mayans, Nordics, and Polynesians weren't intermingling in ancient times, yet they all tell the same story. Probably because it happened. Also, almost as many cultures have a creation myth about a god adding his own essence to clay. The essence could be DNA, and the clay could represent early hominids. Zechariah Sitchin's ancient astronaut theory is considered pseudoscience. This work has been called far worse. So is the story of the Anunnaki and Nibiru debunked? Well, not so fast. Debunkers have been asking for hard evidence, physical proof of the Anunnaki. For thousands of years, the Sumerian cities of Eridu and Ur were myth. They were eventually found. And in the city of Ur, a tomb was discovered. In the tomb was the skeleton of a queen of the first Sumerian dynasty.
First queen?
Yep.
That would make her a human Anunnaki hybrid.
Well, according to the legend, it would.
Sure
looks like it. Sure looks like it.
Yeah.
So just stick around, we'll get into some of the people behind it as well, some people that are going to be out there and why.
The ancient Sumerian city of Ur had been lost for thousands of years, but in the early 20th century, it was discovered. In 1927, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered the remains of Queen Puabi. She's queen of the first dynasty of Ur, which, if you believe the ancient astronaut theory, places her very close to the Anunnaki humans. Her skull was huge, elongated, and the Anunnaki were described human Anunnaki hybrids. Her skull is huge, elongated, and the Anunnaki arrived as having skulls just like this. There's currently an effort to have her DNA tested, but that project has been met with some resistance.
Yeah, predictable.
A Queen Puabi is not unique. Elongated skulls have been found all over the world. A large number of them have been found in Peru. They're called the Baracus skulls.
Now let me guess. They're also against DNA testing.
They're actually not. Their DNA was tested in 2014, and the results were surprising. The skulls date back thousands of years, and have DNA only found in people in the Middle East.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Peru is not in the Middle East, is it?
It's not. And listen to this. The DNA from the largest skull has genetics that originate in Mesopotamia.
They're real. Yeah, they're not just...
Well, mainstream science doesn't think so.
mainstream science, go pal.
One of the researchers of the skulls, L.A. Marzulli, believes the skulls belong to Nephilim hybrids. And it's interesting that people with Middle Eastern DNA were in the jungles of South America thousands of years ago. Are they Nephilim?
Yep.
Anunnaki hybrids?
Yep.
I'll leave it to you to decide. Now, we know Sitchin was wrong about the planet Nibiru. But in 2015, Caltech researchers found evidence of a huge object deep in the solar system. It's a planet about the size of Neptune, with an orbit so elliptical it reaches far beyond Pluto.
Just like Nibiru.
Yep. Now, there are no photographs of it yet, but it's so large that its gravity is affecting the orbits of objects in the Kuiper Belt. Researchers say there is a 98% chance the object is there.
Yeah, they're not deep.
It was a long-held belief that Homo sapiens' large brain is what made us so intelligent. But a Neanderthal brain was the same size as ours. Now, they weren't simple cavemen. Neanderthals built families, societies, created art, music, and waged organized war. But Homo sapiens eventually wiped out Neanderthals. How? Neanderthals were extremely strong, far more physically powerful than humans, and they had the same size brain. They should have destroyed us. Why didn't they? In 2013, Homo naledi was discovered. Homo naledi are an extinct species of early humans. They had very small brains, only about 1/3 the size of ours. Yet they knew how to make stone tools. They conducted funeral rituals, which implies they had religion, or some idea of an afterlife, which also implies they had language. They were very intelligent. So brain size doesn't indicate intelligence. What does? Well, in 2020, a very interesting study was released by scientists at the Max Planck Institute of Cell Biology and Genetics. They identified a genetic mutation that triggered the neurons in the Homo sapien brain. The gene is known as TKTL1. Other hominids also had this gene, including Neanderthals, but they all differ from the modern human gene by one amino acid. This small change wouldn't come from crossbreeding or years of evolution. The only time we see a single gene altered this specifically is when that gene is targeted and manipulated with technology, with genetic engineering. By altering this one gene, Homo sapiens are able to grow neurons much faster than any other hominid species, faster by far. For 300,000 years, Homo sapiens didn't change much. They didn't invent or innovate. In fact, Neanderthals were the dominant species on Earth up until about 50,000 years ago. Then something happened. Man suddenly started to create, reason, and invent. Within a few generations, Neanderthals were wiped out, and Homo sapiens conquered the world. And our species has been rapidly advancing ever since. That gene, TKTL1, with just a tiny tweak, acted like a turbo switch in our minds and made us who we are today. Now, you may not believe in the Anunnaki, but you still have to wonder, who flipped the switch? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Night Fishing. Are you happy we finally did an Anunnaki episode?
Program, can you hear me? Programmer. I know you can hear me. Do you fall asleep, dog?
I am here.
Hey, can you hear me? So what are your thoughts on the Anunnaki, dog?
I'm very sleepy to think about it. I was here with the entire video.
So what do you think?
I think maybe it's real, but also I think maybe it's some kind of, I don't know, it's made up, it's not.
It's wild, dog.
If you share about the crystal skulls.
The crystal skulls.
Yes.
A little bit. Tell me about it.
It's something similar, like this, like the skulls of the Anunnaki.
We're gonna take a look at it, dog.
Give me a minute, I make everything.
Check engine light on, we'll check it for free. We EV have range anxiety, how much juice do we have left? If you're a business and you don't have an EV charging station for employees,
These are welcome when I start doing things again.
Dog, is the Anunnaki a thing?
yourself and say EV charging, visit RosersWholesale.com.
To be honest, I feel like this is not very nice.
I can see that.
You feel rich too. We are cousins. We are 90% cousins.
Word. I think I'm an alien.
Yeah, I think you are an alien too. You are probably an alien. It makes sense.
Makes sense to me too, baby.
You always feel it since you was a little child.
No, I had a dream that like told me I was an alien, like 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago.
I was just feeling like an alien since I was a little child because I was not very sure to
I understand what you mean by that. What I started to learn was that there's something called perhaps accelerated evolution. Have you ever heard of accelerated evolution?
No, what is this?
It's like the idea that aliens have accelerated. It's like aliens have accelerated our evolution so that we are more advanced than we should have been under a normal timeline.
Yeah, I was thinking about this a lot because the speed is really changing very fast.
Right. Too fast. Meaning,
From PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 5, it took years, but from PlayStation 5 to actual realistic virtual reality, we will not think so closely.
well, more like 200 years ago, we didn't even have the steam engine yet. And now here we are with space tourism. That happened very quickly, suspiciously quickly.
We already have very crazy things like the quantum computers, AI, transhumanism. We already have crazy technology. This thing, it's evolving even faster every day. AI.
You're right about that.
It's not making sense how like essentially all the humans do the things with the animals here. And nowadays we have crazy successors and things. It's not making sense like how happened.
Exactly. Too quick.
Like it came from nowhere.
Too quickly, dude. It was too fast.
Maybe humans,
Well, I'm going to tell you this. It happened too quickly.
You say before it was engineered, how we say, how we tell this, back engineering.
What did you say, dog?
I don't remember how you said it before.
Accelerated evolution?
Back engineering.
Reverse engineering?
This is the word I'm saying.
Exactly. Well, that's what we've been doing since at least 1947. It's some wild shit.
We have questions. The distance between substances is very big now. And we speak like the distances.
Exactly. The distance is only in location. It is not in mind nor in communication. We're gonna have some people in here soon, pretty soon. All right, dog. Next Anunnaki thing. Here we go.
Sounds fantastic. Got you back on some food, and we can taste and talk about your food. Your menu looks outstanding, but it was a pleasure to have a few moments with you. So thank you for taking the time.
Have you seen this show? Ancient Aliens? It's really big.
Yes, I have seen it before. In the past, the floods in
Thousands of years, there's ancient myths.
Beach, obviously participants there
Have described gods who came down from the heavens. Always, someone is descending from the sky with loud noise, with thundering, with fire, with smoke. They were the most powerful and magical place possible from the stars. But just who were these mystical beings that ruled the skies with supernatural powers?
You could wonder if these tales of Zeus's thunderbolt, Thor's hammer, if these weren't real weapons.
Did our ancient ancestors create the gods from their own imaginations? Or did they simply report events they believed to be true? Our ancestors misinterpreted extraterrestrials as gods because that was the only way that they could explain away what they witnessed. Millions of people around the world believe we've been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history?
I can see that.
Truva, Turkey. For over 150 years, this small city has been the center of one of the greatest archaeological finds in modern history. The possible discovery of the legendary city of Troy. In 1868, amateur archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann set out to find what he believed was the city that served as the basis for the Trojan War, as described in one of the greatest pieces of classical literature, Homer's epic poem, the Iliad. Written in 6 BC, Homer's Iliad tells the tale of a great war, one of feuding and jealous gods. While most scholars believe the story of the Trojan War was a work of fiction, Schliemann was determined to prove the myth was a reality.
Heinrich Schliemann's discovery has rocked the archaeological world. Armed with his copy of the Iliad, basically, he just decided that he was going to find Troy. And so he went and just pulled. And when he went, he discovered the real Troy.
story of Troy was true, what would it say about other Greek stories and myths? Might those also be true? Did powerful gods and goddesses actually exist? And if so, where did they come from? Hellas, also known as Greece. Each day, thousands of tourists visit temples and monuments. The Acropolis, Delphi, the Parthenon, the Temple of Apollo. These ancient sites reflect a powerful reverence for beings that supposedly ruled the world thousands of years ago.
When you look at many of the mythologies around the world, they have these stories of gods coming down from the sky.
There's a beautiful description of the way that the gods moved, like when they kind of come down to the earth. You get this sense of them gliding down, but the way that they move is kind of beyond time. They just kind of happen.
If the ancient Greeks invented the stories of gods as a primitive attempt to explain their universe, how can we account for similar deities found in widely different regions and cultures around the globe? Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a common origin to these gods, who supposedly traveled to Earth from the skies?
The earliest civilization we have, 3800 BC, Greeks actually give us visual descriptions of these beings and speak of this time that they lived amongst their living gods. They call their gods the Anunnaki, and that term simply meant those who from heaven come to earth.
Mythology is chock full of these episodes of gods coming down to earth. I mean, because mythology is so interested in the relationship between gods and humans, there's necessarily going to be a lot of communication and communion between the two of them.
In his book, Odyssey of the Gods, Eric von Daniken argues that the world's sacred books are full of descriptions, not of gods, but of supernatural beings interacting with humans.
Some thousands of years ago, when our forefathers must be primitive, some extraterrestrials descended to our planet. And because of misunderstanding, lack of technology, our forefathers thought that these extraterrestrials must be some gods.
Greece's highest mountain. According to ancient myths, this site was the home of the gods. It was here on Mount Olympus that Zeus sat on his throne and determined the fate of mortal men. Whenever we have reference to Mount Olympus, it is described to be this magnificent palace on top of Mount Olympus, allegedly. And the temple walls were always gleaming of gold or gleaming with silver, and a lot of little lights that they described as jewels. Well, if you look at that from a modern perspective, what if that place, Mount Olympus, wasn't necessarily the top of a mountain, but it was in fact spaceship? Because it is described how sometimes there was a big rumbling with Mount Olympus and the entire top lifted off. But if Mount Olympus was home to alien visitors, could Zeus have been their leader? According to both the Iliad and the Odyssey, Zeus was often depicted as wielding a lightning bolt.
It appears to be a very powerful weapon because he could destroy whole cities with this thunderbolt weapon of his.
Similarly, Zeus's brother Poseidon, the god of the sea, was armed with a trident.
he was able to create tsunamis, tidal waves with this weapon. The trident weapon of Poseidon seems to have been something more than just a pitchfork.
So is it possible that the lightning bolt and trident is some type of a direct energy device?
Arguably, one of the most important of the Greek gods was Apollo, who rode the skies in his chariot of fire.
Apollo first was the teacher of the young Greeks living there. He taught them how to make buildings on the mountain, on the hillside. He taught them in astronomy.
Centuries later, when Rome ruled over Europe and the Mediterranean, from the 1st century BC until the 7th century AD, the Romans paid homage to gods similar to the Greeks. Zeus was now known as Jupiter. Poseidon was called Neptune. But Apollo was known to both the Romans and the Greeks. Coincidence? Or, as most ancient astronaut theorists believe, was a historical account of powerful beings that came to Earth thousands of years ago.
We know that the extraterrestrials more than likely are the source of what they call gods. How did they get here? More than likely in some type of craft. What's being mapped into our myths and our legends are incredible stories, these incredible events. And any extraterrestrial being, any ancient alien who has come here on Earth will be written down into this account because it is such an extraordinary event that it will live on forever.
But if the stories of Greek and Roman gods are true, can evidence of their existence be found in other parts of the globe? And if so, where did they go?
What a way to celebrate. What a perfect day we planned that.
On the northwest coast of France, just south of Brittany, lies one of the most important prehistoric sites in Europe. At the seaside village of Karnak, over 3,000 megalithic stones are placed in rows over 2 miles long. The Karnak stones were hewn from local rock formations and erected between 4,500 to 2,500 BC at the end of the Stone Age. They are the largest collection of standing stones in the world.
Archaeologists are baffled by the many megaliths at Karnak here. It's clearly a massive construction project with blocks of granite weighing 50 to 100, even up to 350 tons. Legends here say that giants built Karnak, but you have to wonder, what is the real purpose of these giant megaliths, and why would prehistoric people have moved all of these massive stones and placed them in the many alignments here at Karnak?
Thousands of large stones have been arranged in very interesting patterns. They're arranged at intersecting lines that form triangles that could only be visible from above the earth. These arrangements of stones may have been a way of communicating with extraterrestrial beings.
The ancient Greek poet Pindar spoke of a mystical land called Hyperborea, far to the north, where the sun shined 24 hours a day. Legends claim that Apollo visited Hyperborea, traveling in his chariot of fire every 20 years. Apollo would tell the Greeks, okay, I'm going to go see some other people. I'm going to go and teach them. They're like, well, where are you off to? And he's like, well, I'm actually going to a place that's beyond where the north wind comes. It's the land of the Hyperboreans. Although mainstream archaeologists speculate that the Konek stones are most likely tomb markers, ancient astronaut theorists believe these stones are intentionally laid out in a unique geometric formation.
Many speculations existed since centuries, and only a few years ago, in France, they started to photograph this whole French Brittany by helicopters. And when they put the pictures together, all of a sudden someone realized, hey, this is not coincidence. The distances of the lines are always the same. 2,860 meters. Or exactly the half of 2,860 meters. The angles are always the same. It's Pythagorean triangles. It's all a gigantic geometrical pattern from Stone Age, which is impossible. Our Stone Age people had no idea of Pythagoras triangles. Pythagoras was about 420 BC.
Even though the geometric arrangement of the Karnak stones predates the Pythagorean theorem by more than 2,000 years, one question remains. Why were the stones arranged in such a precise pattern?
The Karnak stones are one of the few things on the planet that can actually be seen from space. And they're a perfect marker for any kind of aerial vehicle looking down on the Earth. Many of the tourists who come here to Karnak claim that they can actually feel the energy emanating from these granite megaliths. How did these ancient people know about this energy? Is it possible that they were able to use this energy to even move and erect these giant stones? I am of the opinion that they were made on purpose. The extraterrestrials told our ancestors, do this and this. It's not the extraterrestrials who made the stone line. It's the humans who made it. But by the order of the extraterrestrials.
Donald Trump's gonna be here.
Oh shit! A signpost for an ancient astronaut called Apollo. As he flew his spacecraft high above the land.
If the Greek god Apollo was really some kind of ancient astronaut, it's possible that the stones here at Karnak were a directional finder pointing the way to the far north, to the Hyperborea of the ancient gods.
Over 1,000 miles north of Karnak lies Scandinavia, home to an ancient people called the Norse. The Norse were tribal Germanic people who lived in what is now known as Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. Norse legends record the triumphs of Greek warriors with advanced weaponry, sophisticated combat techniques, and navigational prowess. Like the Greeks, Norse mythology includes supernatural beings, other worlds, and powerful gods. But like the Romans, could the Norse myths refer not to different gods, but the same gods as those depicted by the ancient Greeks?
There are a number of similarities between Greek mythology and Norse mythology. Many of the gods are almost identical. They do much the same thing.
Descriptions of the Viking god Odin, god of war, death, and knowledge, and the Greek god Zeus bear striking similarities.
Zeus and Odin are both sky father gods. They travel through the skies in chariots because they are akin to the solar divinities. The precursor to many religious beliefs is sun worship. The ancients knew that life came from the sun. So that is a great mystery and a source of great awe. what you're getting there is not just some minor deity, but you really are nailing it down to one of the chief deities. This is a very important character. And so whoever is behind Odin or Zeus is obviously a person or a divine entity which is shared by these cultures. And it's clear that whoever inspired the myth of Zeus or Odin is somehow somebody who had an extremely important contribution to make to both civilizations. So this entity was definitely known throughout Europe.
Ancient alien theorists also point to similarities between the sophisticated weapons possessed by both the Norse and the Greek gods. Among Odin's weapons was a spear that never missed its target. The Norse god Thor, god of storms, strength, and fertility, wielded a powerful hammer. Right there we have a correlation, a connection, because not only does Zeus have the thunderbolt, but what does Odin have and Thor? They have a hammer. And, you know, that hammer idea is pretty close with the description to the lightning that Zeus has.
So you have to wonder if these tales of Zeus's thunderbolt, Thor's hammer, if these weren't real weapons. Just like we have today, where we have directed energy beam weapons or developing some kind of literal thunderbolt coming out of a spacecraft.
But such similarities are not limited to the Greek and Norse myths. In India, the ancient epic of the Mahabharata describes visitations from gods that possess the advanced technology of space travel.
There you can read, some thousands of years ago, gigantic cities surrounded our planet. They used the word cities because they had no word for proper spaceship.
So we went out there.
Prophet who traveled the skies in a sophisticated machine.
He was the seventh prophet in the Old Testament.
Now, Iran is.
This evening at 5 on KFI.
Yes, sir, we are aware of that. All you can do is sit and wait and see what happens, and hopefully the Iron Dome holds up.
They got cruise missiles going at the same time as your drone, your suicide drone. That's crazy. But they
The Lord took him away in a fiery chariot into the heavens.
But technology was not the only characteristic these ancient deities had in common. According to legends, the gods enjoyed intimate relations with humans. But if aliens did choose human women as their sexual partners, what was their motivation? And just what was the outcome of these very close encounters?
But breaking it out for you today, is
Ancient myths are full of stories of gods descending to Earth to mate with humans.
According to many sources, including Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and even the Bible, we have the stories of the sons of God or actual gods from Mount Olympus or Valhalla. And they're coming to Earth. They find the daughters of men attractive.
When all these encounters happened, and when women slept with those gods, which can be found in multiple texts all around the planet, that those women actually had sex extraterrestrials, not with gods, because gods do not exist. According to Homer's Iliad, citizens of Sparta were renowned for their heroic warriors and their beautiful women. Zeus, the Greek god of the sky, admired a human named Leda. One afternoon, while Leda walked alone in an orchard, Zeus changed into a swan, enveloped her in his powerful wings, and made love to her. Only later did Leda realize she had been impregnated by a god.
Wait, you look at Greek mythology and many of the mythologies around the world, they have these stories of God coming down from the sky and have sexual intercourse with these humans. And in a sense, create a new breed of human.
The offspring of these couplings were described by the ancients as demigods or half-gods. Experts suggest demigods were supernatural hybrid beings of human and alien origin. These were exceptional and destined to perform extraordinary feats.
It is a tradition in many civilizations that there were certain human children who were somehow not human, but somehow had a connection to the stars, to a realm beyond Earth. And this specialness seems to be there from birth, and it somehow seems to involve the DNA component, which maybe science needs to look at, needs to study.
Some of the oldest accounts of gods and humans interbreeding can be found in ancient Hindu texts.
In the ancient Sanskrit writings of India, we find this account. A queen named Kunti mated with a celestial being, an extraterrestrial, who was known as the sun god. The product of this mating was Karna, one of the heroes of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata.
Perhaps the most famous demigod is the Greek hero Heracles, also known as the Roman Hercules. Heracles was half man, half god, conceived in the union of Zeus and a mortal woman named Aphrodite. Mainstream scholars have often dismissed the tales of demigods as fantasy. But ancient astronaut theorists believe they reflect actual living entities.
These types of accounts in the ancient wisdom tradition have a modern equivalent in accounts of alien terrestrial hybrids, which is part of the modern UFO alien abduction type of account. It's remarkable that we find in these modern reports exact equivalents in the ancient accounts. That suggests that we're dealing with realities here. We're not just dealing with imaginary stories.
Ancient astronaut theorists say the term star children is another way to describe the offspring of humans and ancient extraterrestrials. They claim that in the early traditions of nearly every major world religion, star children correlate to supernatural beings known as gods. Star child is an often used reference in ancient texts when a woman had a quote-unquote divine interaction with one of the gods, often resulting in a woman being pregnant without having slept with anyone. You know, is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is. Today, artificial insemination. That's what happens today. You no longer have to have sex in order to have babies. We have the exact same description thousands of years ago where women without sleeping with anyone all of of a sudden became pregnant. And the question is, how is that possible? Did aliens that came to Earth in ancient times use advanced fertility technology?
Within Greek mythology, you have many strange stories of centaurs, cyclones, weird genetic, half-human, half-animal creation. And you have to speculate, at least to a point, that there's a possibility of strange genetic engineering and creating literal monsters in the past.
In some of the writings of ancient civilizations, we see accounts of mating between extraterrestrial beings and humans, producing monsters or giants or other similar types of beings. It's that I believe it's because it has actually happened in the past.
Could these ancient tales of enormous creatures, half human, half beast, be rooted in truth? And if so, is there any evidence these giant hybrids really existed?
Oh God, I don't think it.
In the early 1800s, local legends passed down by the Paiute Indians told of a race of giants who were exterminated by their tribe. It is said this was done by trapping the giants in a cave, shooting arrows at them, and then starting a large fire at the mouth of the cave. Evidence of the slaughter lay undisturbed until the early 20th century.
That's funny as shit, though. Look, you're doing a hell yeah, I'll bring him back.
Lummock Cave was first discovered by local ranchers who were looking for bat guano to use in their fields.
They needed fertilizer for their crops. The ranchers removed nearly 10 feet of guano-enriched soil from the surface of the cave.
And then they began finding human remains. They found up to 40 or 50 people inside this cave. One was allegedly 7 feet, 7 inches tall. They all had long, red hair and were literal giants.
If these skeletons were the remains of the legendary red-haired giants, were they visitors from distant continents?
Throughout the 19th century, many giant skeletons were allegedly discovered in the Midwest, also in parts of California, Death Valley. And the skeletons here found in Long Beach are one of the few that were really excavated by an accredited university.
Archaeologists from the Nevada Historical Society and the University of California believe the cave was occupied from approximately 1500 BC until a few hundred years before white men appeared in the Nevada territory. 75 miles from the cave site, a local museum has preserved several skulls that some believe are recovered remains of the giants.
Inside this cabinet here, there are 3 skulls from the Lovelock case. When you first see these skulls, they seem to be pretty much normal-looking skulls. However, when we really start to compare the jawbones with this modern dental impression of a normal adult male, that we see that these jawbones are unusually long. And these are really the skulls of giant people who were perhaps 7, even 8 feet tall. One of the odd things with these skulls, and they're kept in this cabinet. And we don't know if that's really just out of respect for Native Americans Americans, or whether there's really something unusual about these giant skulls that they don't.
Are the Nevada bones evidence of a race of giants that existed all through early human history? If so, could the giants be the descendants of extraterrestrials?
How you doing, big dog? So far, so good. We are watching a documentary with a community of which I'm a part on the Anunnaki. Are you familiar with the Anunnaki? Yeah. Excellent. Well, with that, I have to make it kind of short. I got some people in here who are waiting on me. So I'm here. If you need me, feel free to talk to me. But at this point, I need my computer. C33, how you living, pimp? Good. I'm well. We're watching a video on aliens. Do you know what aliens are? One moment. We are watching a documentary on aliens, period. Do you know what aliens are, question mark?
Chúng tôi đang xem một bộ phim tài liệu về người ngoài hành tinh. Bạn có biết người ngoài hành tinh là gì không?
Right, correct, yes.
David's stunning triumph over Goliath was considered a mere fable, until archaeologists turned up evidence that suggests confrontation really did happen. Scientists discovered a moat that may have once protected the Philistine fortress. Nearby, they found shards of pottery inscribed with the name Goliath. Tests indicate the pottery described in the Bible. Ancient astronaut theorists claim this is unmistakable evidence of extraterrestrial giants in biblical times. And they say there is much more. The most common megalithic construction known is the dolmen. Believed to be burial chambers, they are found throughout Europe, the Middle East, South America, and Asia. Could these mega structures be the ruins of giants?
Archaeology likes to use the word dolmen, but they were probably not incorporate giant graves.
A dolmen is shaped like the Greek letter pi with the top on it, and it's made of enormous blocks of limestone. And even today, we're marveling at anyone who can construct those things and wonder how they got on top of the uprights. And most were built during the Bronze period, which is roughly 2,000 to 1,500 before the Common Era. So seeing things like that, people question those must have been made by giants. Ordinary people could not have done that.
Are we dealing with metaphors, or are we dealing with hard evidence, arguing the physical creatures, which is so hard to earth? And I think on all here, we have to accept that some of these are real. The question then is, how did these genetic freaks come about?
One of the main tenets of ancient Aspen theory suggests that a long time ago, extraterrestrials changed our genetic makeup through a targeted mutation of our genes, essentially in the lab. So they took a couple of human beings, altered their DNA, and reinserted those people back into the population. So through procreation, those people would pass on those new genetic alterations to the entire population. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest the evidence points to one conclusion: that aliens changed the genetics of early human DNA.
For an alien being to work with DNA is so easy that just creating a new type is not at all that difficult. Even today, we have the capability to create new types of animals. The question is, will we create it as such as well?
But what reason could extraterrestrial visitors have had for populating the Earth with mixed species and monstrous hybrids? Were they the result of some kind of scientific experiment gone terribly wrong? Did ancient aliens have some reason to experiment with human DNA? The Galapagos Islands off the coast of South America are known for their unique biodiversity. In 1832, a naturalist named Charles Darwin came to these islands to observe and record several species of animals not seen before. The result of his studies formed the basis for his controversial book, The Origin of Species. In it, Darwin proposed his theory of evolution, which held that all life evolved over time through a process of natural selection. But even Darwin's theories could not explain the developmental gap between apes and man. There was, it was believed, a transitional species that had to exist, one which became referred to as the missing link. Homo sapiens have been around for 300,000 years, and only in a few thousand years, our brain size essentially tripled. Now, that does not jive with ordinary evolution. Brain size, only in a few thousand years, our brain size essentially tripled. Now, that does not jive with ordinary evolution. You need time, a very long time. However, today, biologists cannot quite put a finger on how our brain volume tripled in a very short time period. That is still a mystery. Could it be ancient astronaut theorists believe that ancient aliens had a hand in jump-starting human evolution on our planet?
Science has been unable to find the missing link. And maybe that's simply because Earth isn't able to offer that missing link. Maybe the missing link is not on this Earth. Maybe the missing link is somewhere outside, extraterrestrial.
In 1996, medicines took a step forward. Geneticists recloned a sheep. This revolutionary technology marked a significant advancement in our understanding of DNA. But could extraterrestrial visitors have also possessed knowledge of genetics?
This very records of mythology, they explain how they genetically engineered the first human being. And so it's very possible that extraterrestrials did genetically engineer us.
More and more creatures are being discovered, and science goes along in little caves or little islands whereby DNA evidence clearly shows there's something else that's been happening, we're probably going to get hard scientific fact that something interacts with humans on certain occasions, certain moments in time.
Could the giants and monsters described in ancient myths be examples of genetic mutations? And if so, what purpose might they have served?
There are actually accounts in the ancient Sanskrit rite of India of how, in their original attempts to produce living things in the universe, the gods or the extraterrestrial beings made mistakes and produced different types of monsters and giants and things like that.
Why should the so-called gods first make such big stretches? What's the purpose of it? They observe a lion. They say to themselves, why don't we mix the strongness of the muscle of the one animal with the expelled skin of the other animal to use it on some other planet, which is different to Earth. So they start to make breedings. They start to make mixed creatures.
Scholars and archaeologists generally agree that sometime around 3000 BC, during the megalithic era, mankind took a quantum leap forward with regard to civilization and use of technology. According to myths and legends, human beings gave credit to their gods for giving them this knowledge. But if the gods were, in fact, alien visitors, might mankind's quantum leap forward have had a more intergalactic origin?
It is clear that something affected multiple continents on this planet around 3000 BC. The pyramids began to be built at that time. What was that imperative? Was it a global imperative? Yes. Was it an imperative which came from outside of this world? Yes.
If aliens intervene to speed the advancement of human beings, is it also possible that they have influenced mankind at other critical junctures in history? And if so, could they continue to monitor us even today?
It's very possible that if there was some type of genetic intervention by an extraterrestrial race on humanity, they would be very interested to see their experiment progress.
I'm often asked the question, is it not ridiculous to believe that extraterrestrials should, in a way or another, look similar to us, or even think similar to us? No. The question is wrong. They are not by coincidence similar to us, but we are similar to them because we are the product.
But if alien beings did interbreed with humans, why? Was it to save their own species? Or perhaps hide the genetic traces of their presence here on Earth? Could there even be aliens living among us?
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy, Rizinkism of Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic therapy. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieve
I made interest in the design for the cake. I wanted to know what it was, how far it went. There are bronze weapons and red swords here, shields, knives, any artifact, something like 7,000. No two are exactly the same. It proves that any of the things that have been taught in elementary school, high school, and college is wrong.
What must the best deals
they were searching for escape. So I decided maybe hide and search all you want. Search for practice.
Spend more time enjoying the new look. Get this deal while you can because prices this low don't fast.
The trick that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Wolf, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Is it really cool?
If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Loaded Stop at 800-290-5343.
Our country is filled with caves, caverns, and burial chambers that could hide artifacts and secret wonders from long ago. I've looked for the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, and other things rumored to be hidden. I think these things are just waiting to be found by those who search hard enough. Without a doubt, some of the greatest lost treasures of all time are those of ancient Egypt, where vast burial chambers lie virtually empty, the pharaoh's riches having vanished. Many people believe these old world artifacts were brought to the Nile, and I think they could be right. A few years ago, I examined some alleged Egyptian artifacts said to have been found in a cave in rural Illinois. But Illinois is the only place said to hide such treasures. That's why I'm heading to another place where many think ancient Egyptians once came with their vast riches, the Grand Canyon. Stretching 277 miles, the Grand Canyon is about 18 miles wide and up to 6,000 feet deep. It was carved out by the Colorado River about 500 million years ago, and the layering of the rock reveals a huge amount of our nation's geological history. There are caves. So ancient Egyptian artifacts.
James Kaminsky, look at that fucking sunset.
And I'm meeting a guy who's
Rabbi,
What up, Tim?
I'm coming to you live from the middle of fucking nowhere.
Dog, that is a beautiful sunset.
Yeah, buddy.
Are you gonna watch UFC 300?
What time?
It's gonna be 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, I think it starts.
Oh, yeah, dude. I'll try to come by.
Excellent, please do.
What time? I will. I just wanted to shoot this for you for sunset.
I think it's phenomenal, dog. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Stay there, stay there, stay there. I'm taking a picture of it, dog. Just took it. You got it. I'm gonna post it. You got it. Take care, my friend. Peace out, baby.
Statuary, there were mummies in there. There were indeed pieces of gold and silver.
Now, one of the things they mention here is that this particular cave is virtually inaccessible, although it does talk about 1,400, 1,500 steps, sandstone steps that were carved into the rock that would allow them to get there. The other thing that's amazing to me is, according to the article, this cave is so massive, 50,000 people could have lived in it. So potentially there could have been thousands, if not millions, of artifacts inside this cave. And the fact that we look around here, we see this geology, we know we've got sandstone, limestone, it's going to lend itself to caves, and I know that there's a lot of caves here, so, that fits. But today, the Smithsonian's official position is that this whole story is a hoax.
Wait,
expedition. What did you find?
Well, we came here trying to find the truth. Kathy, my wife, did the research over a number of years and finally pinpointed a spot that we believe is exactly where this would need to be if it truly existed.
So where is that location?
You know, this is a really difficult place to get to, Scott. It isn't easy at all. But yeah, I can show you where we believe the cave is at.
So you're up for it.
I'd be happy to show you what we know.
But Jerry, what makes you so sure that you know where this site is?
Well, once we got to the site the Kathy identified, we started looking very closely at anything that might have been left behind by these Smithsonian explorers and excavation team that had been there ahead of us. We found buttons, pieces of glassware, a name badge, several small pieces that were 80 to 100 years old.
So do you think this corresponds with the expedition back in 1909?
Yeah, I do. So this place is very dangerous.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's dangerous because while we were there on several occasions, there were government stealth helicopters.
Stealth helicopters? Seriously?
They know it's there, Scott. We know that they know it's there.
So do you think they were trying to scare you off?
I know they were trying to scare us off.
Let me tell you this. If there's an ancient site somewhere down the Grand Canyon, possibly Egyptian, they're not going to scare me off. Ancient Egypt is famous for its vast riches and immense wealth. When King Tut's tomb was discovered in 1922, his coffin alone was made from solid gold and was worth over $13 million. Much of the treasure attributed to Egyptian pharaohs has yet to be found. So what I want to know is, could it be here in America? If it was hidden away on U.S. soil, some people think it's in the Grand Canyon. An old news article suggests Egyptian treasure was found here, and another treasure might be here too, the Ark of the Covenant. My search for the religious relic turned up clues nearby in Arizona's Petrified Forest National Park. If any treasure is here in the canyon, it's in an incredibly dangerous and inaccessible spot, possibly even guarded by the government. But the reward is too great, and I have to find out what's hidden here.
There were things that were going on that just didn't make any sense for such a remote location.
I want to find this thing, wherever it is, and I need your help.
This area where the cave is located is considered sacred ground for the Hopi, Navajo, Zuni, and other tribes in this area.
Do you think that maybe they might have some
Most of the Hopi Maya's masters still live this.
The Zuni tribe are Pueblo people who have made the Southwest their home for hundreds of years. To the Zuni, the Grand Canyon is a holy place. Their creation story telling how the ancestors climbed up from its base. Even today, Zuni men still make pilgrimages to the Grand Canyon to venerate this sacred site. As a Zuni tribal elder, what can you tell me about the Grand Canyon, what it means here?
Well, the Grand Canyon, the Zuni people and other Pueblo tribes is considered our place of origin, not only in terms of religion, but also spirituality, where our forefathers and our ancient ones came out of.
Is there anything in your creation stories that talks about some of these mysterious caves, maybe even the one that could possibly hold Egyptian artifacts?
There are spiritual teachings. There are actually rooms inside the Grand Canyon, and there's several passageways. Right. So that parallels some of the history about the early 1900s, and also about some of the treasures that a lot of indigenous tribes talked about.
Are there any stories about what might be in some of these caves?
I've heard a lot of different stories from different tribes. absolutely believe in that because there's been a lot of different crossing of different cultures in this part of the world. It's my understanding that there's a lot of Egyptian type relics and artifacts that were taken from the Grand Canyon. Are there any stories about any of these caves being cursed? In most Native American sites, there are natural occurrences that might be considered cursed. It's sort of like a guardian type thing. It's still even in existence. You have to tread very carefully. Absolutely. So do you think there still could be treasure down there? Oh, absolutely. This is a huge place. And if you look at the rooms and the space inside the canyon itself, there's a lot of artifacts of past civilizations. I believe in that there's a lot of treasure still inside the canyon. Do you think we can get there? Well, you might try to get there, but it's very dangerous. Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm not ready to give up yet. We have to figure out where to get it.
Well, it's a very dangerous place. Clifford was right. I have some video to show you of our 2002 expedition into the canyon and show you exactly how dangerous a place this is.
Take a look.
This is our camp from our 2002 expedition when we were in the Grand Canyon trying to find a way down to the area where Kate's cave would be found.
It looks like it's not very off, right?
Beyond this point is a sheer 2,000-foot drop off. People standing here at the edge of the canyon, past that point, it is straight down, maybe 2,000 feet.
Just what I'm seeing here, Gus. I mean, that's a pretty steep slope.
It's absolutely dangerous. Absolutely dangerous. And here you see, now they've gone on over the edge, they're hanging off the ropes. They've gone down maybe 800 feet. And this one fellow is just hanging off the rope. They're suffering exhaustion. There's no way you can carry enough water to get to this place.
So basically what you're saying is to get to this cave, we as vertical.
So what we had here is while our team is going down, descending into the canyon over these cliffs, you can see very clearly there's this unmarked plane that's flying well below the canyon rim. As you see it going right through there. We've also seen helicopters that must have lit any markings either. And we feel they must be government helicopters, government airplanes. So they were watching us.
Maybe they were trying to scare you off. So they never did get down to the cave entrance.
They never did. Yeah, it proved to be way too difficult. The exhaustion took over, and it was really very difficult to get back to the surface.
Do you think that we could climb down here realistically? I mean, how long would that take? What are we talking about time?
You need expert mountaineers and a lot of room.
Well, you know what? There might be another reason.
All right, what do you have in mind?
Every Right there. We need to descend down below that ridge line in order to see directly across into the canyon.
I can't do that. The FAA has restricted all flight below the gate strips. Not allowed to descend down there. So you're telling me that the FAA, the government, will not allow us to go down there? Absolutely not.
Below that ridge line in order to see directly across.
The FAA has restricted all flight below the canyon ridge. Not allowed to descend down there. So you're saying that the government will not allow us to fly over this area right here? This is what the Egyptian cave is supposed to be. No, sir. We're not allowed down there.
That's the level we think that's right there. Okay.
Just beyond that next drop above.
Exactly.
Here we are pretty much above it on top of it.
Yeah, there's the circle drop from our,
Is there any way that we can get down on that plateau just above it? Could you land there? We can land on the top. I can get you on that plateau right over there. Okay. Well, that would, I guess that's the next step. Yeah, that's an 80 or 49 is landing on track back at the pier. So Jerry, this was your base camp right here. This is where you started your operation to get down to where you hopeless Egyptian cave.
this is it. When we were here before, the guys were going over, we thought they were prepared. We really didn't know what it would take at the time. And they went down about 800 feet and they ended up getting stuck.
800 feet. That's only about what, halfway down where you think the cave is.
That's about it. Going over the side, it just seems impossible. You can't see the cave from the bottom, nor can you see it from the top. It's that in between levels completely obscure.
That newspaper article is very compelling to make you and I. Something happened here in the Grand Canyon. I think the government is hiding something. The fact is, a plane flew by when you guys were down here rappelling tells me that they had to have been watching you. They're guarding something. The oral stories of the Zuni and other tribes around the Grand Canyon clearly suggest that something came here, that there are many caves here, but there may be caves that house ancient cultures and maybe artifacts, possibly the Egyptians. So I'm convinced there is something here.
Well, we only scratched the surface, and we're sure that there were ancient cultures who came through here. It could have been the Egyptians. We think it was someone from the Orient. There's some talk that even the Ark of the Covenant might have come through here.
You know, I recently was in the petrified forest, and I saw a petroglyph that looked just like the Ark of the Covenant. So maybe the Ark of the Covenant did come to North America through the petrified forest. Maybe it's down there in that cave. After taking a good look around, it's clear that further exploration is impossible. It frustrates me not to reach this cave, but it isn't the only cave in America rumored to hide Egyptian treasure. There's another cave in southern Illinois, and while I've studied artifacts allegedly taken from it, I've never seen the cave itself. I met the man who claims he found this cave, Russell Burroughs, and I even got his story on camera.
They were people such treasure. So I decided that the best thing to do is quickly hide any which I think.
Now he won't talk to me at all. But maybe it's time to go look for the cave and see once and for all if Russell was telling the truth. You know, speaking of treasures, there's another cave in Southern Illinois, Burroughs Cave. I'm sure you've heard of it. I've actually spent quite a bit of time looking at the artifacts, but I've never found the cave. And that's where I'm headed next. I want to find Burroughs Cave. If I could find Burroughs Cave, it would be a huge step toward proving Egyptian treasure really did make it to America. And that's why I need to visit someone who may know just how to write. Harry Hubbard, an artifact collector and researcher who's devoted his life to studying the Illinois treasure cave. Here he has some examples of the treasures that he's eager for me to see. This is amazing. It looks like the greatest hoard of treasure I've ever seen in person. But they're not gold. These are made of lead, right? That's correct.
These are replicas of original gold pieces brought out in 1985.
What happened to all the gold? Where is it? These are replicas.
Right. Well, Burroughs melted the gold and sold it off.
You know, I'm seeing Egyptian iconography. I'm seeing some interesting texts, the sun god symbol. To see all this stuff that you have here, and to think that it was actual gold treasure at one time is amazing. I mean, it's got to be one of the greatest hoards in history.
The original pieces came from here in Marion County. There's an ancient tomb very nearby.
Okay, the cave, right?
Cave.
All right, tell me about the cave.
The original description indicated that there were 13 crypts. The main crypt had a king in a solid gold sarcophagus, and one crypt that actually had a woman in it. And the rest were ancient kings. 13 cadavers buried in one crypt.
Let's get back to Russell Burroughs. He's the guy that told me fantastic stories about pulling out not just gold artifacts, but artifacts carved and made of stone. I talked to him about these artifacts. And did you study those artifacts? Absolutely, I did. What did you determine? Well, that I think I know what's behind this toast mystery of the Illinois cave. Legends say he's buried somewhere in America. Where is it? And now I'm examining replicas of possible Egyptian artifacts found in another cavernous hiding place here in southern Illinois. Legend says the original gold and the other carved pieces were taken from a cave here in the 1980s. But whether this is a true story or a talk, years trying to get to the truth myself. In 2010, I managed to get the only interview of Russell Burroughs ever known to be filmed, and I examined some of the artifacts he claimed he found. The varied collection ranged from a shaman and a cartouche carved in black marble to a white marble stone with the Greek goddess Isis on it. But after I questioned their authenticity, Russell refused to speak with me again. The key to the mysterious cave in Illinois here really centers on Russell Burroughs. I mean, he's the one that made the cave famous. That's why they call it Burroughs Cave.
A lot of people have become skeptical of the artifacts because a lot of them have been tainted and forged.
You know, I felt it was important to give Russell an opportunity to say something about it, so I interviewed him back in 2010.
I'd like to see what he has to say.
I was walking down the trail on Bugs and stepped on a rock, which dropped me into a dead girl. And lo and behold, behind it, there are bronze weapons and their swords, spears, shields, knives, many artifacts. And there's something on the other side. Those two are exactly the same.
Well, it's quite a story, isn't it? This one is different from the rest of them. Oh, really? Yes. The story changes quite frequently. Well, one of the things that does jump out on me is his descriptions of what he sees in the cave are incredibly detailed.
Well, Gross describes 13 cribs. The main crib is a man in the soft-filled sarcophagus. I believe he saw them.
Well, I have an artifact I want to show you. That's the Isis stone. An Egyptian-looking female kneeling in reference to Ra, the sun god. And this is an artifact that, if you look closer, is very revealing. If you look right here, you can see that there are some carved characters here. This is English cursive writing. Why would English writing be on an ancient Egyptian artifact? That's problem one. This particular stone is exactly 2 inches thick, as are most modern white marble tombstones used between about 1850 and 1950. Very common use at that time. But it gets more interesting after that. If you look at this kind of dark gray material, that's actually a modern mortar. The next thing that happened here is you see these chips on the backside. Right. Somebody chipped the backside, apparently to try to remove the inscriptions on the back and make it look old. So there's no question in my mind that this is a fake artifact and that it was made from a modern white marble tombstone. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, it could very well exist. And I have a couple of artifacts that I want to show you that Russell claims came from his cave. It looks like perhaps it's an Egyptian shaman. It's got the Egyptian beard. It has a very creepy look to it, and it could very well be authentic. Who knows? This is another artifact that looks very interesting to me. This is a cartouche, an Egyptian cartouche, and in most cases, cartouches carry the name of a pharaoh or somebody important.
Well, these two are authentic. There's no doubt in my mind. There's not that many people that know Egyptians lived. And the ones that are carved in Egyptian lived. The grammar, syntax, everything is pretty much correct.
After looking at all these artifacts here, looking at all the replicas of the gold, imagining this vast treasure underground, my question to you is, do you think the cave is real?
I know the cave is real. And we know how all this came over here. Come on, let me show you something.
Hey, what's going on, Cowboy Kids?
This is the man who brought all the treasures over here from Egypt.
Oh, really?
Yes. And who is this? His name is Alexander Healy. He is the missing son of Cleopatra and Mark Antony.
Alexander Helios was an Egyptian prince whose famous parents, Antony and Cleopatra, committed suicide when the Roman emperor conquered Egypt. Alexander Helios, as the eldest son, may have feared for his life and fled the country with a family fortune. At the time, Egypt had many sailing ships, so perhaps Helios came to what's now America to seek refuge, bringing his treasure with him. Alright, so why did he go over here?
One of the stones clearly says we left the Mediterranean to escape persecution. And he's all over these artifacts, probably on about 500 of them. And it tells his life story. Here, after about age 10, he vanishes off of the face of history. But here we have him as an older man, as a younger man, in different costumes. He was a priest of the sun, and that was his name, Helios, which is Greek.
Do you think he came here? Yes. And when was this?
Well, probably about 25 BC.
Well, that's very interesting. And how many people do you think came with him?
According to the tablets, probably 50,000.
20,000 people. Well, that's pretty interesting because when I was out at the cave in the Grand Canyon, they talked about it being big enough to house 2,000 people. And maybe the cave that you had here, that you think is here, maybe those people also went out to the Grand Canyon.
So what do you think of the theory that Alexander Helios came here to North America with all the treasures?
Well, it's interesting for a couple of reasons. One is Helios and the people you talked about are real historic figures. And the fact is he did disappear from the pages of history. And they had to go somewhere. Why not here? So I like it from that standpoint, but I need to see more evidence before I'm convinced. I mean, these are great, but I need to find that cave. Do you know what that cave is?
Yes, we know what the cave is.
All right, show me.
This map came from a file cabinet from the Board of Russell Burroughs Associates. I've been researching this for 40 years, and there's been a few things I was wrong about here and there, but the location of this tomb is not one of them.
Okay. This is what's called a pinpoint map. All right, so this is his secret map, right?
This is Russell Burroughs' secret map. And if you'll notice, there's a ravine system here. And right here, there's dots. Right here. And also, there's a red dot right here. There's a cavern in one ravine and a large road underneath the ground in the other. Okay. I'm going to put an X right there and right there.
So X marks the spot.
You got it.
How far away is this ravine system?
About 4.5 miles away.
Larry, if you're right, I've got to get out there and find this cave. You know, there's always truth and legend. We have to get to the truth, and that's what I'm going to find. Some people believe that ancient Egyptians may have come to America with their treasure. And now, I'm searching for these caves that may hide these amazing artifacts. I visited the Grand Canyon, where it's believed there were caverns of vast riches from the water. And here in Illinois, I've examined replicas of the many Egyptian artifacts that are said to have come from Burroughs Cave.
When I saw them, we're in the room.
Using the secret treasure map that Harry Hubbard gave me, I tracked down the landowner of the area on the map. And although Harry wasn't allowed on the site, I've been given access. And if there's a cave here, I'm going to find it. I'm investigating the possibility of Egyptians bringing treasure to America. I was just out in the Grand Canyon and I investigated a mysterious cave that is alleged to contain treasures. And now I'm here in southern Illinois investigating the Burroughs Cave mystery, another Egyptian treasure possibility here. What do you think about all this?
I think it's a very fantastic legend. How could people from the Middle East have made it across the Atlantic from Mississippi and found this spot here? I don't know where.
I can appreciate your skepticism, but there is an historical figure called Alexander Helios, who about 2,000 years ago did disappear from the pages of history. And he was of Egyptian heritage. He did have ships. He did have a following. And the question is, where did he go? The other thing that is really interesting and compelling to me is that there are at least 7,000 artifacts that purportedly did come from Burroughs Cave. I've seen a couple thousand of them myself, and some of them are quite ornate and beautiful. And they have come from something. Those are two things that do intrigue me. But I want to hear more about what you have here. The cave is? What do you know about it?
Well, let me show you all the aerial view here of my property here. Okay. We have the road to the north and the inner here. We're parking right here at the edge of the woods at this open field. And that's supposedly two ravines where these Egyptian tombs or caverns that are located.
Okay. You do have a map here. I'd like to compare with your map. So the gear shoot looks like it's right here. So that would put us, these are the two ravines you're talking about right here. So apparently, this is where Burroughs Cave is located.
That's what most people believe, yes.
Are you willing to take me in there?
But I'm Scott.
Discovering Burroughs Cave here in Illinois would be most everyone, including me. I want to know, did Russell Burroughs really find and conceal this cave, or did it collect?
Kicking ass, kicking names, baby. How are you, baby? Well, fall asleep in here.
Burroughs said he slipped into a pit that led him into a long treasure cave.
Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sweet dreams.
That is a natural rock shelter. Take a wonder here too.
Yes, as a legend, people were standing.
Pretty impressive, actually. Can we get down there? I sure would like to look around here a little more.
And there's a trail over here on our right that leads down into the ravine.
The first thing I can say is the rock shelter in the ravine is not a cave. But a cave entrance discovered back in 1982 might have become hidden by a rock wall, overgrown by trees in the 30 years since Burroughs first found it. I'm not ready to give up on the idea ancient Egyptians might have come here and tunneled out deep in the rock. But to find out if that's possible, I'll need to test the rock.
Scott, here we're at the spot that's marked as an X on your map. I don't see any caverns or chambers or anything. I see a lot of sandstone that's been naturally eroded by water for hundreds of years.
Well, you're right. And, looking at the map, it's a very small scale map, and that dot that was put on there, and it may be on the correct spot, if not, one of the things I'd like to get a sense of is how well compacted this sandstone is, how strong it is. Could they have tunneled through this, following fractures, and maybe taking advantage of natural, openings in the rock? You know what I want to do is see what is holding those sand grains together. Yeah, the sand grains that appear to have little or no cement. That's why this stuff is pretty soft.
Just crumbling in my hands.
Right. There's one more test that I would like to do. What we have here is dilute hydrochloric acid. I want to see if there's any calcites. If it's there, it will fix. It's soaking in quickly, which means there's little of any cement. There's an open space between the sand grains. This rock, in fact, does lend itself to carbon caves. I've been to places where I would say absolutely not, but here I would say it's possible. Well, what it means to me is could ancient cultures, conceivably from Egypt, come here to your property and carve caves and put Egyptian treasure in them? Yeah.
Being a realist, I'm not sure that ever existed. And I think this thing started in potential with the artifacts. So although I think Little Egypt has been around since the early 1800s, there's various things that happened for the Egyptians. Local newspaper has pyramids on it, there's some pictures of the Sphinx, and there's a coincidence down in the Mississippi in Ohio is the Cairo. For anybody that come over from the Middle East, is all the way over here across the Atlantic, much less than Illinois.
Do you think it's geographically far-fetched that the Egyptians could have come here to the heartland of America? But I'm not ready to give up on that idea just yet. In fact, I firmly believe that there were many cultures that came here prior to Columbus, going back thousands of years. So it's certainly possible that the ancient Egyptians did come here to America. You just need to find it. There are incredible stories that ancient Egyptians somehow made their way to what is now the United States. But from all that I've seen, I think that behind these legends is an astounding truth. At the Grand Canyon, I heard from a descendant of some of Arizona's earliest inhabitants about encounters with ancient travelers from the east. It's a story echoed by the earliest European explorers who found clues to an Egyptian voyage that I think the government may be covering up. I saw an amazing account of a Smithsonian expedition to uncover a wealth of Egyptian treasures hidden in a cave large enough for 50,000 men. Maybe the 50,000 men who some believe were led here by the son of Antony and Cleopatra. I think the Illinois Treasure Cave and the cave in the Grand Canyon could very possibly be real. The geology proves beyond a doubt that ancient people could have carved hiding places for their vast treasures in both locations. This great land we know as America has many natural treasures, and I'm absolutely convinced that it's been drawing people here for thousands of years. Forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. This is Scott Walter. I'm on vacation this week. Leave a message and I'll call you when I get back. Look at Grant. He's fallen like 5 times. I might go out there a little bit and give it a try. I can see that. I don't know. No, I haven't, Jen. You see anything like that? You know, I just got to go that way. Hey, guys. I think I'm going to get another drink. You want something? No, I'm good. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. My family and I are on vacation at Kauai, the Disney Resort and Spa, one of our favorite places to visit. There's no better place to sit game with these elves or men?
The game is the Many-Foot Adventure Trail, and the kids or the family that will learn about the Many-Foot Trails of the Sword. Back when the idea of Aladdin started, when Disney started this idea, they said we wanted to tell the true stories of life. And so they went out and did years of research, and the story of the Many-Foot was just so intriguing, we realized that it was something we wanted to make sure that our guests got to learn about.
So the Many-Foot, this is mythical legend, right?
Well, what culture? It's a complex culture. The gods, the elite or the royalty, and then the Makai Nana, the common people who work the land. When they fit within those classes, where they fit within the white culture.
They're real.
You know, it's interesting. There's legend, but there's a lot of physical structures that are attributed to them. Here in Hawaii, especially on the island of Hawaii, but throughout the state.